Monday night. You guys ready to party? You guys shaking it, quaking it, asking it, can I do it? Get that funky music maker going, man. Oh yeah, it's Monday night. Welcome to the show. Let's get things rocking. Get your butt shaking. Tonight. Good to see everybody hanging out with me tonight. Welcome to the Monday Night Show. You are here at the Acts&Nacho program. It's Monday night. And no, your clocks are not wrong. You did not forget to set them. We are starting the show 1 hour early. Yeah, we are. Wow. What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Starting early. What's going on with that? Good to see everybody hanging out. Welcome to the show. It's Monday night. Step yeah. Like and share. Tell them all you care by liking and sharing. Hit that thumbs up button. Share it out wherever you can. Welcome to the show. We are getting things rolling. It's going to be a great night. Oh yeah. We're going to be talking crazy stuff. Hit that thumbs up. Like it. Share it. Let's get this show rolling. And as we get rolling, you know I always got some sort of new little intro. Maybe you guys seen it. I just posted this, I think, last night. These are fun little intros I love. I kind of like making them. So here you go. Good to see everybody out there. I see Bubba News, the Bubba News, all one word, all one news. Head over to Bubba News. Make sure you check them out right there. Good to see you, Bubba. Martin Kelly's out there from British Columbia. That's right. Same country, other side of the world. Crazy. RVZN Karaoke, good to see you, my man. Yes, another great karaoke man out there. Hopefully we'll be seeing him on Wednesday, because we do a karaoke stream every Wednesday, or open mic jam, I should say. So yeah, make sure you're coming over and checking out that. That will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I believe I believe he's no, Darren's Canadian, I believe. Yeah. Dimebag Darren, I believe he's Canadian, yeah. Down from the south. South. So we're here. We're here. I invited lots of musicians and said, "Hey, you want to come up and talk shop?" So I threw some links out there. I do got like an amazing dude backstage, and we're gonna talk some shop. We're gonna have some good times. And I threw some links out there, and hopefully, maybe we can fish some of these musicians up and see what's going on out there in their head. But for right now, I'm bringing up right now, my man, what is going on to the G-May?
Howdy, howdy. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Yeah, absolutely. Good
Happy
to have you.
Music Maker Monday.
That's right. It's a Music Maker Monday, and that's what it's about. I really want to get in the heads of what kind of sparks the creativity in a musician's mind. And
Right.
you're a great example because you used to take time off and hammer out some amazing tunes. What's your plan this year? Like you got them on the go already?
No, yeah. Well, what I do is I release 5 epic videos a year. That's it. That's what you get out of me. That's what I like to do. Last year it was Transistor Radio, W Down. No, not I'm Coming Home. It was 2 years earlier. Transistor Radio, W Down,
Gypsy Woman, I believe was
Gypsy
the other thing.
Woman, yeah, and the one that I just did with April, and the one I did with Robin Cheyenne.
That's right. Yeah.
So next year I have 5. LA, they're all in the works. Most of the CD, the actual music's already done. I'm just in pre-production, and then I'll release 5 acts.
Wow. So and you're on the way. You got 5 new ones coming out for us.
5 new ones coming out for you next year. I hope you enjoyed the 5 I put out this year. Next year in 25, it'll be 5 new ones, man.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. And I love your music. I really do. And a lot of people think, oh, he's just the face of the open mic on Saturday nights. And it's like, no. There's a lot more to G-May than a lot of people think.
Yeah.
He's got his own stuff going. So how do you lay down the songs? Is it something that just
Well,
comes
I
to
have,
you and you
okay,
structure them, or?
this is my freshman CD, okay, and I only printed 200 of them a while back. Printed 200 of these, and whoever wanted one, I just shot one out. Boom, boom, boom. Just tell me you want one, I mail it out. There's 12 left. This is all that's left, and I'm not printing anymore because I actually have a second CD coming out next year. But this is it. There's only 12 that are left. So, yeah, man, if you don't have one, there's only 200 on the planet. So it's a good time to get one, the last 12. And I don't know if you remember Bimbo Barbarelli, Lady Bimbo. She was a musician. She wanted to come up and jam. She did a review of my CD.
Wow.
And I told her I would spice it up, And when I was going through some of my medical issues this year, she ended up passing away. She was like in her late 70s or something. Big G-May fan. She did a CD review, man. So
cool.
I'm in the last, it's only going to take me about another 20, 30 minutes. And the video is going to be done. I'm going to release. It'll be the last video that I release on my channel for the year. And it's a CD review by Bimbo Barbarelli.
That's cool. That is pretty cool.
She talks about I'm Coming Home. She talks about all the songs that are on it. Because there's 9 songs. Those are the 9 songs that you get on my CD. Those are all original.
When you write them, you stack them, you do the whole music thing on them.
For me, it was more of just like Destiny, I played live for like 3 decades. I was a sessions bass player. And when I hit 50, um, I was like, man, I never really took my music seriously. I had hundreds of songs and just went in and recorded them. And that's what I did. I went and recorded 30 of them. Took me 3 years from 2016 to 2019. And then that's when I started making videos for them.
Right, right. It's a tough thing to lay down a tune. I don't know. I'm like I said, I always say I'm not a music writer. I can't write a real song, so there's a lot of
I don't know
different
about
things that
that.
musicians go through to write their stuff. Some people have, they got a structure that they fit, and and you can kind of tell those structured people because kind of every song kind of fits that structure on the album, and they might shift directions on the next album. And then you got people that are just inspired by daily things that are able to write. I don't know.
I,
I'm
you
not
know,
really.
I took the time to bop around your channel. I watched some of your originals, the rap song. You got a mean pair of shades and frames or something, man. But it's funny
Yeah,
actually because I I think that everyone somehow is a writer because there's so many different ways to write a tune. I mean,
exactly.
it's just the possibilities are endless. The one of them is the classic where it was channeled to me, kind of like getting hit by lightning. It's just like boing. You just get everything right there. It's just channeled. There's just nothing hard about it.
Yeah, and a lot of great songs are written that way. And it's like that's I don't know. I guess that's the thing is do you sit down and say, because whenever I found, okay, I'm going to sit down and write a song, that's when it never happens.
That's because for me, I mean, you can look at it any way you want. Don't get me wrong, but already taking that objective already kind of forces your hand because all you're really doing is like John Lennon said, okay, there's all these different theories to write songs. One of his was think about what you want to say and then put a beat to it. Because once you start singing it and it's got a beat, there's already chords that are naturally going to go around what you're saying. It's just a matter of what key you want to pick. And it's a matter of what genre. Most of the time, the most successful songs are just like John Lennon says, figure out what you want to say and put a beat to it. So as people live life and they lose their dog runs away, or they break up with their girlfriend or whatever, it inspires them to have something to say. So that's kind of, to me, how most music is born through life experience.
Yeah, it seems like that's the kind of the best way to do it. Like when you can always tell when a song is just kind of being faked. When I'm faking a song, it always starts with going down the dusty road. Whenever you're faking a song, there's a windy road, a dusty road, a trail, and something pulling. And there's always a time or a clock somewhere in there when you're just
Yeah.
pulling things together for, you know. But yeah, when you hear those like those songs, it just hits. Like the ones you said that were channeled. Like what was it? I think American Woman by Guess Who was. It was just they were just jamming on a stage, waiting for somebody to come back from taking a leak or something type deal, and they were
Yeah.
just jamming, and the song just that was it.
Yeah. And then too, a lot of songs are written from the depths of tragedy, the absolute depths of heartbreak. Some of the most prolific songs out there were under those circumstances.
Yeah, it's so true.
It's usually someone that's gone through some meat grinder, and now they're writing about it.
That's again, like why I love watching guys that are just sit there with themselves and acoustic guitar, and they're just singing songs that they wrote because it's something that they went through, right? And
Right.
everybody that does it completely different. And I said
Yes.
this before, you take two great songwriters and two great players, like let's say Dom and Michael Songs. they're both playing like folky music. They're both playing the same guitar, but completely different songs and different styles in their, in an own interpretive way. And
Sure.
it's kind of crazy to see that two different life doing the same thing, playing pretty much the same guitar, is creating so much different, unique music.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then, like we talk about too, there's so many directions to go because you have this influence of emotion. And then you also have these other influences that help create the writing, like people trying to get a political message across or some type of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Some type of, trickery, sarcasm, mockery, you know,
yeah.
kind of like dumb you down.
Well, there's a lot of you can feel it in the song too. Like, and there's a lot of people's music that I'm hearing. I'm like, the music is great, and I'm like, man, but if you listen a little bit closer, there's some really good crazy hidden messages
Right.
in there. If you listen to like a Chris Lane Sr. tune, there's a lot of deep messages in his lyrics. And he
Yeah.
presents them in a nice, fluffy way. It's a great song, and you're listening. Well, you're like, wow, that's like Take Scars or
Right.
all those songs. It's
That's why
crazy.
I
You can
think
pick
it's
them up.
it's so hard to just sit down and say, okay, I'm going to write a song. I think more of anything, it would be more like, you know, this is what I went through, so I'm going to write a song about it. And then when you see people collaborate, usually it's like, has meaning to both people that brought them together,
Absolutely,
and then that
yeah.
way we buzz on that. And then we're like, to me, it's that type of trip. And then picking genre, beats per minute, tempo, rhythmic activity, um, progressions, you know. Before I would go into the studio, like I have two ways when I record my music. I have songs like So Lonely or Jaybird. They're not as really high quality as when I go into an actual studio with a kick-ass producer. When I'm just here and I got a little simple mix pad, I can bounce down some drums, I can lay some bass, I can put some vocals, and I can make my own little track. A lot different than going into a full blown studio where the guy's got like a booth, he's got all the toys, he knows how to manipulate the shit like really, really good, and he believes in you. So that's why he does it for you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so true. Like, tell me about it. I've created this whole little business here of me just doing my own thing, creating my own band. Um, I sit there and go, could I do it again these days? Would I be able to go and play with a band and get together? Because it's tough. You sit there and think it's like, man, because musicians, I don't know if anybody realizes it, but musicians, we're kind of big headed. And
Right.
we have personalities, and we collide with our ideas and personalities because we think our ideas is right and yours is wrong. and that's what happens when bands just break up, is they just get sick of being tolerant of that idea or this idea, so they want to do their own idea and see it through. Sometimes it works, sometimes it
And
doesn't.
that's a good point because what happens is when you try to transparent that into the studio to record is when all the problems start because there's too many cooks.
Yep.
And that's most bands' downfall. Usually bands where just one or two people take care of it all and the other people just lay the tracks and don't write anything.
Yeah. And those are the
It's
bands that make it.
it's
Those are the
it's
ones that,
it's a tricky game, man, because egos get in the way. That's how bands break up,
well, it's so easy
creating
for an ego.
differences.
Yeah, that's it. It's so easy for egos to get to, you know,
Right. So
and
when you're able to go into the studio by yourself and then maybe bring in some really cool people and have a good producer, that's when it works really, really well, you know.
yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, a lot of the greatest musicians out there, nobody will ever know their names because they're session musicians. They sit in the back.
Right.
They come in and they provide the music for those people, like
Yeah,
the
like
live
that
musicians.
Carol
There might,
lady, that bass player. I forget her name. She was like a sessions bass player. No, she's playing on everyone's fucking album.
yeah,
Forget her
like
name.
yeah,
Carol
and there's
something.
one person that does it, and you're like, well, you did all of that, and it's like, yeah, yeah. And you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Same with
Well,
like
and then also
songwriters.
too, whenever I would go into hardcore killer studio, we're playing each progression of everything to a click track on an acoustic, and then that's how you're laying the foundation. You would have to. I go in. This is how I do it because it makes it so much easier for your producer and the other musicians. Is I have the song, okay, completely written up with all the words to the first verse and the chord progression, all the words in the chord progression to the second verse, third verse, if there's one, the chord progression and all the words to the chorus, then have it actually arranged on a piece of paper where you say, okay, I want to do 6 measures in the center, like, when it's all I'm coming home and you hear that slide in the beginning. I'm saying, hey, I want to use this progression for the intro, put a slide to it. Then it comes into the first verse. Here are the words in the chord progression. Then here's the bridge. Then here's the chorus. That completely mapped out so that when you go into the studio, you're not just like, well, I want to go from C to B to G, You know what I'm
See, and that's
saying?
the thing. There are a lot of musicians out there that are really picky, and I can tell those guys that be like, I couldn't work with you because, they want it exact. They hear it in their head, and like I've even heard stories like Michael Jackson takes the great, somebody like that, music maker like Michael Jackson.
Right.
A lot of people couldn't work with him because he was like that. He's like, do it this way, do it.
Right. And then not only that, a lot of the stuff that he wrote acts, he could make the sounds. If you can't say it, you can't play it. There's that old saying. And he would be like, tick tock,
Yeah.
He could sample the fucking song basically just by like beatboxing and shit.
Well,
To
I
whatever
heard a story
direction.
about they're talking about his audio, his audio production percussion guy, and he says I need new sounds. Everything is I need something new. So he told the guy just to go record some sounds and take some. He said, "What do I do?" He says, "Go to the junkyard." And so that's what the guy did. He went to the junkyard and just sampled him banging on a bunch of junk, and he put that into the synth. And he says that's where a lot of his new sounds came from. And he goes, "That's it. That's how you do it." But speaking of just banging around, I got something rumbling in the basement. Here's an amazing music maker right here. Yeah, here's an amazing music
A
maker right
songwriter down
here.
there.
We got the Dom father right here.
A songwriter.
How are ya?
Oh, we're
What's
doing
going
good,
on,
man.
fellas?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. We're talking shop tonight. We're talking about music things and what makes it all work together. Like, how does the spider web just weave itself into the perfect song?
Drugs and alcohol.
And that's it for a lot of people
What about
too.
that whole element, Axe?
That's a whole element to a lot of things. You got
There's
that whole
so many
psychedelic
elements to it.
movement. You got a lot of inspiration comes from that, and I think that's where a lot of dangers come from too, is performing songs. Because let's be realistic. How sick are you of your own song after you finished recording it, edited it, made a video for it, and you've listened to it like how many times every single day? How tired are you of that song
Yeah,
afterwards?
that's the exact reason I stopped recording songs, because I hated them all when I was done.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Oh, you just
Why
got.
would you hate your song, Dom, after you made it?
No, I don't hate the song. I hate what I did to it.
What do you mean
Yeah.
you hate the video that you make to it?
The video, the production behind it.
Hey, that's what I'm here for, man.
But I think
No,
after,
nothing to do
on
with
it.
that though.
It's-
Not
but
nothing to do with it
after-
being good or not.
after you hit that upload and you say okay, that's it, it's done, and you hit upload and people start viewing it. A month later, you sit back and go, "Oh, I should have done this, or I should have clipped
A
that."
A month later,
or
seconds later.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean, is you spend so much
I
time.
literally
Okay,
have like it sounds like coconut shells in winter willow.
right. So like the song was done long ago, but you spend so much time listening to it and just tweaking it, taking this out, adding this out, sitting back. Is it good? Is it done? And is a song ever done?
Yes.
Sure.
You know
Until
why?
it's
Because sometimes you can get to a point where it's just fucking tapped. It's done. You know what I mean? Because you might overkill. It's just like, I'm a firm believer of that.
I agree. Like you have that song, like I'm Coming Home. I think that is you hit those songs that have those perfect roller coasters where if there is one more loop, I might get nauseous. If there was one less, I might not have fun. But you hit the right amount and the ride was absolutely complete.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said to you, that's when you have the song completely mapped out so that when you go into a killer studio and you bring in one or two people and you have a killer producer, it's hard for him to do his magic if you go in there and you're all, okay, well, this first song's called, la, 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 and I'll just start playing it for you. It's a lot different when you walk in and you say, this is the progression for the opener. This is the first verse progression. This is the chorus progression. This is the bridge progression. These are some hooks. These are some riffs. These are some leads. These are all the words. It's all there. It's all structured. I want to do this 4 times, that 8 times. You know what I mean? Boom, you bring that in, you put it on his lap. He can put it right there. Okay, let's go. Let's construct, man. He'll start firing up a click track. You'll start playing all the different progressions.
That's exactly how music to the point we're in is at. Because what about just sitting in the room with nothing and waiting to be inspired? You don't need a lot of songs. You just need ones that mean something.
Well, I mean, usually when I get to that point, it's because I've already sat around and done that, and the songs came together. And now when I go into the studio, I want to dial it in. See what I'm saying?
But I think there's
most of all my songs are written on an acoustic out at a state park.
So
I'd
like
say
the
95% of all my songs.
What I'm getting is some of the most important things though is writing a song on your own is okay, but I would say it must be good to get other people to hear it before you kind of print it.
Yeah, well, that was like the whole point of Songwriters Anonymous.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Like,
you get a kind of group of
So-
honest people that are
yeah,
willing to tell you.
and it's just like, here's an idea. What do you think, kind of thing,
Right.
and to be able to talk about it.
We're lucky to
Because it
have-
is helpful. It is helpful. We're our worst critics, but also sometimes we think we're omnipotent too and know everything, and
Yeah.
and you can't.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, we're lucky to have you here, Tom, because you are the
You
father
are
of Songwriters
lucky.
Anonymous, man.
You are lucky.
Absolutely.
You've written a lot
And
of songs.
that is cool to have a little group of people you can kind of get together and say, hey, listen to this. Tell me, is it crap? And somebody would be like, yeah, it's absolute garbage.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be like that, but now it's a group where everyone goes, that's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard. So I don't go there
So
anymore.
it's drifted
Like,
away.
yeah,
Okay,
it's drifted away.
Yeah, you need
Yes.
that. You need that honesty, and like
What's up,
I
sweetie?
really hope Michael's songs. He was working hard tonight. He was doing he's out doing the whole like real life playing thing. And I
Yeah.
don't know if anybody caught the live he did with
Yeah, he caught
Folk
over
and
there
Blueser.
and he hooked up with Folk and Blueser.
Yeah,
and-
that's cool. That is really
Right,
cool.
Yeah, I was over there and I gave him some memberships, man. That is awesome stuff.
He's probably tired. I know if he's getting home, but that'd be cool if he could pop up and kind of talk about that because
Is your
fr-
show
you know,
over?
that's a-
I've been
that's a
going for
big-
a while.
that's a big change, especially you going from being like a songwriter and just kind of doing your thing to hitting that like live component where, and especially I've seen he's been playing with some people open mic live with them. And it's tough going live because generally when you go into these places, you're given the tiniest little corner, right? And, at home you can kind of make your space and do your thing.
No.
And, it's funny. I seen him up there. He was on the one open mic. I think it was last week. and there was a lot going on stage. There was in a little corner like 4 guys with guitars, microphones,
Yeah.
cables, and you're feeling the heat, and you're just like trying to keep your cool as you're kind of tippy-toe,
Yeah.
It can get to you up there, and you got to keep a
No,
composure.
yeah, there's a reason why open mics aren't on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
They don't need them then. They need it on a Tuesday.
Well, it just depends on
But
the
it's,
club.
I mean, it's great place to go play.
Yeah, it depends on the club. I'm pretty much in the San Francisco Bay Area. I could pretty much say that I've played every venue, almost. I've played the San Jose Civic. I've played big venues. I've played little JJ's Blues, Bottom of the Hill, Slims. I mean, it depends on the club because, or the coffee shop or whatever, man. If they have like a killer sound system, you're in it. Most of them.
No, I don't agree.
Or like, hey,
you don't need any of that.
That's all it is. It's just a stage,
Yeah, I used to do the open mics.
I mean, there's
for years.
fantastic musicians playing in the street.
Yeah, there sure are. And like I said, you put, I don't know, being a musician, especially doing the outward thing, like in pubs and clubs and stuff, sometimes you don't always get what you get back. I remember back in the day, a 3-piece band was getting $120 to play for like 4 hours. You had to bring your stuff in.
It's $300 for a cover band. Usually gets $300 to $500. If they're really good, they can get $1,000.
Yeah, so like at the end of the day, let's say you're getting $300. Each guy, if that's that's why you want to keep the band small, 3-piece, so you divide it. That's it. And so you keep it small. So there's a drummer, a bass player, guitar player, and the guitar player sings. That was the ideal band back in the day. $300, you get $100. But at the end of the day, that's 4 hours. You lugged your stuff in. You got to go. And did you drink anything? Did you eat anything? By the time you left there, you had like $20 in your pocket, and you're like, it's 3 a.m. and I got to lug all this equipment back into my car. And
lived it, yeah, man. And a lot of people would only give the good people in the band the money, and then the other people wouldn't get any. They would just do it for free.
Yeah, that's why that's why open mic jams were awesome. If you had those,
Sounds like maybe bands you managed. I don't know. Any band I was there, we always split it equally. I don't know what you guys are doing out in California, you rap bastards,
you got to work your
liberal
way
motherfuckers.
You got to work up your way up the totem pole, man.
Well, jams were different. Like you had a different crowd. And that's what I mean too. There's a different vibe when you're doing a live music thing.
Yeah, live is my life. Was my life.
Especially when you're doing like these pubs and clubs and stuff, because
pubs and clubs
it becomes it is a business, and running an open mic jam at a club is big deal, because you get that look from the owner that's like, whoa, I see who's coming up next, and every time that person comes up, half my crowd leaves, or you got to manage that, because it's a business, and you're there to bring people in and get people excited and drinking and spending money on food. And if you have somebody that comes up, you're like, got to be like, you get that look. You see the owner's like, and you got to cut. It's up to you to work that and deal with it, or
That's why I never recorded anything up until when I made this CD and went into the studio. I played my entire life live. Did some crazy stuff too, and then, like I was saying back then, you didn't have YouTube. When you wanted to learn, you had to jam with people. And even if it was after hours, just partying, and because you would party and jam, and then that's how you would learn. You'd be like, well, what's that? Can you show me that? And then you jam with people that are better than you, and it always got you better. You didn't go watch a YouTube fucking video.
100%.
And you would work your way up. I was, for a couple of months, I was a bass tech for Martin Morales. He was the bass player for the Charlie Bertel band. It was a blues band. And this Charlie dude was like this with Greg Allman. So Greg Allman would come to there's a couple of blues clubs in the South Bay. He'd be like, yeah, Charlie, go ahead and book it. I'll come sit in with you. So Charlie would book it. The club would give him $10. They'd charge $10 cover back then. And the bar would get all the alcohol sales. And the place would pack up, man. But I was a bass tech. It was kind of fun. It was cool. Just shit like that through my entire career of playing live. I got tons of stories, you know.
Yeah, I
it was a good time.
abandoned it rather early. I was probably, I don't know, my mid 20s. I was like, well, fuck, I'm just going to get a job. It's easier. And that's what I did.
I used to do, when I had my one band, Liquid Skies Original, I used to do what I used to call jam sledding. Because, not to sound arrogant, but like I said, man, my system, my basses, everything, as a sessions bass player, that's what I did. I played in a lot of bands. And whoever I jammed with would be like, will you be our bass player? You know, because I didn't need any training or anything. Well, let me see. Let me find this.
So,
Yeah, I
hello,
think
everybody.
we got the Dom with us right here. One of the cool cats right here. Thanks for joining us, Dom.
Oh, my pleasure, dude.
All right.
I figured I'd come here because I don't think I'm going to go live tomorrow.
No way. Are you just taking a bit of a break on your show?
You know what it is? So much shit's going on, and music is supposed to be my way to relax. And
Right.
sometimes it gets too demanding, and I was like, I can't have too many things making demands upon me. So
Yeah, no one likes demands put on them, man. You have to feel comfortable at what you're doing. When it feels like that, it's not even worth it. You know,
that's what happens too when you start putting a time show out there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, when
the moment I say what time it is, I'm like,
know.
it's like the 5-10 minutes before every show. I'm like, oh, fuck this.
I went years, 3 years, I think, on my channel where I didn't have, I always still went live twice a week, but it was just here, there.
yeah.
The moment I said, okay, every Monday and Wednesday, I'm going to go live at 11 p.m., that's when it started to become, okay, after a while, it was like, oh, but I always, when you get into the show, though, I always found no matter what, after I hit live,
Oh, yeah.
that all goes away.
Mm-hmm.
But there still comes that up to the show moment where you're like, oh, what's happening right now? Like, always something happens.
It's a lot harder for you guys too, because like with mine, it's open mic. Some nights I don't even have to play. With you guys are coming up, you're entertaining the entire time you're performing. You're just one person, which is the hardest thing to do. One person to entertain people with an instrument. That's like and there's not that many of you guys. You got Dom, you got Axe, you got Michael Songs, you got Valerie. Were there shows or where they play the whole time?
There's not that many that we know of. There's millions just on YouTube doing it.
Yeah.
And there's so many people just doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot out there. The problem I find with the people that are out there that are doing it that you don't know, these are people that aren't connecting with communities. They're doing their lives, then they're going away, and they don't support anybody, but they want everybody to support them.
That's I think the quickest thing most people pick up on.
And I think that's what we all went through that, because I remember doing my first music video, whatever, and I went and I hit post, boom, it went live, and then I sat there and went, okay, where's my million views? And I waited a little bit longer, and I was like, okay, where's my 1,000 views? I was like, maybe one view?
Pay to play.
And then I was like, okay, I'll watch it myself a couple times to maybe get things rolling.
Yeah.
And then, after 2 years, you're like, it only has 32 views.
Well, that's only because of the
that
portals,
dust for it a little bit.
It's only because of the portals. Look, just like Dom said, okay, every Saturday night, there's millions of live open mics going on. The only problem is, as a YouTube member and not giving YouTube any money for promotion, okay, they're only going to open, we're lucky that we all met each other, because they're only going to open like a very minuscule of them. There's nowhere where you can go and say like, hey, show me all the lives, open mics. They won't do that because they want to keep everybody completely suppressed, every channel in a coffin. You should never be discouraged about views and that stuff. because the content is
Well,
good.
I mean that's what we all say, but everybody cares.
No, it's
about
not
them.
true, Tom. People love to fucking listen to you fucking jam, brother. That's the
Yeah,
God
that's true.
honest fucking
No,
truth.
that is true. Yeah,
There's a
and
ton of people
I'm
that
not, I'm
dig.
not saying that, but I'm just saying if we release something, we all maybe it doesn't rule us anymore, but we all care about. Did anyone bother to
Well, there's
watch it?
only
Oh,
Of
for
so many
course,
sure.
portals that
that's
will
just
open up.
normal. Why else do it except for that?
And that's the hardest thing as
No.
musicians because we want our stuff to be heard. That's why we go out to bars and jams and do this because we want to play music for people and we want to be received and to have help somebody or encourage somebody or give somebody a good moment. And yeah, like it does get discouraging if people aren't watching. And I
You
think
have
what's
to
happened
open
is
the
we moved into
portals.
this digital era where, yeah, you're right. YouTube kind of puts a dome over certain
Yes,
segments of and says
nobody
here,
sees
this
it
is your
unless you
zone.
organically make one real fan at a time.
That's it. Yeah.
And friendships, because that's kind of how Camp Grime is like a place where all the people hang out, and it's power in numbers, and we all hang out with each other and have a good time. And it might open up a couple extra portals. People might see us, and then hopefully out of the new people that do come in, they're probably only going to like one or two of the people of everybody.
Yeah.
That's
No,
how it
absolutely.
freaking is.
It's
So
about
Oh,
growing.
that's like one of the worst things. I try to avoid it at all costs now, Hey, everybody, sub them up, sub them up, sub them up, And you get like 8 subs and they all disappear within 24 hours. Kind of like that is the worst thing to do. Like if you like my music or you think I'm cool, go ahead, follow my channel. If not, I'm glad we had this moment together. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's, of course, I'm not trying to make a business of this. So
Yeah,
it's
and
different if
YouTube
you care.
changes so much. Like just over the last few years, YouTube's changed. If like 5, 6 years ago, channel raids they were a big thing. Where big channels would go raid a smaller channel. So if somebody went in their chat and be like, "Hey, go
Right.
raid Acts&Nacho channel," and those would be the make or break of your channels. A lot of people's channel went from 2,000 subscribers up to 20,000
And the
subscribers
reason for
because
that is because when it first came out, they wanted people to join, so they wanted people to get the dopamine. So what they would
Mhm.
do is they'd open more panels. We're only getting 0.001 of the whole cha-cha where we can go see it.
yeah, no, it's
Back
true.
then,
Yeah.
they would make it to where you're going to fall into a bunch of people's algorithms because that's how they're going to channel it, crunch it up, put everybody in
I
a
mean,
coffin. Now, look, if you want to
basically works like what everything else.
yeah,
So
and then they can
surprise,
where
surprise! A big corporation isn't going to try to find a way to minimize their effort and maximize their earning
Exactly.
potential.
And we can't here's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's
Here's
what it
the
is.
conclusion I would say to this is we can complain about it because that's what we like to do. But at the end of
Well,
the
because we're
day,
old.
yeah, exactly. But we love this avenue, and I'm not trying to like kiss YouTube's butt and be
right,
like, listen, don't let me down because of this conversation. I'm just saying we have this opportunity to get our music out in one avenue like this. Where back in our day, remember, if you wanted a CD and you threw it in the back of your trunk of your CD, and you went to concerts and you popped your trunk and you tried to sell your own CD out the back of your trunk type deal, you had
right,
to put a
right.
lot more work into doing something. You think now you can make a CD, I can go live, I can hit so many people on YouTube, and I don't even have to have pants on. So it is a convenience, but the problem with the convenience is the convenience adds a lot of quantity, which means there's a big sea out there that we are kind of swimming through.
Well, there's
But
two.
in another sense, it's like, and that should be that way because none of us want to go through another channel, kind of thing. So, but it's different states of being a musician, or it could be very cumbersome when you're relying on it to support your life.
Oh, yeah.
very beneficial too.
Yeah.
It's really great when it does. Um, and then on YouTube, there's everyone when they start off, they want to. Oh God, I got this many more views or that, blah, blah, and it's a very big thing. And then look, you hope you get to a point where, like, I feel like whoever does listen to me appreciates it, and that's good enough for me. That's I don't
Yeah.
need to reach a million people. If 20 people love it, I think I'm cool because I'm going to do it regardless. That's like this is what I'm doing, folks.
Yeah.
Whether you're listening or not. So
Plus, you got to remember too that the chances of opening more portals and getting more people to recognize it is power in numbers. That's what's cool about camp. Is we get together. You got 10 people up there, people coming and going, bringing in new people, and that helps organic growth. People actually liking you. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, Dom's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I'm actually a fan because sometimes I can't make it. Sometimes I come in, sometimes I lurk, but it's one real organic fan. So it's a matter of just getting 1,000 of those is all it is.
And it really shouldn't be that hard, you'd think. But I think you're right because YouTube puts those domes over certain
They do.
areas.
And
You shouldn't have to be like that. You should be able to grow. And
here's why, Axe. Because they don't like when people buy views. Okay. When you go to those web pages, we all get the emails. It's $20 to put 40, 50 people in your room. You make it look like you're the greatest thing to all your friends, right? Buy likes, buy subs. It's a complete, absolute 100% joke. YouTube hates it.
Yep.
YouTube wants you to give them the money. It's called promotions, advertising. When Beyonce comes out with...
What's this have to do with songwriting, by the way?
When Beyonce comes out with her new cowboy song, she gives them $200,000. Everybody on the planet, their phone says, you may like this. That's the compartmentalization. You want to go in there and you want to give them $100 for advertising for your channel? But I'll tell you what, if you're going to start throwing money at a channel, you better have it dialed. You better have some killer videos up. You better have a good little song and dance.
Well, it's all definitely a scam. And I laugh if people... And I've been tempted to. I'm not going to lie. I've been tempted to hit that. You can spend $20 and they'll advertise your video for you, or YouTube will push your video. And I see people who's doing that because I'll scroll by them on a short, and they'll keep popping up. And I'm like, I've scrolled by you three.
Those are the people giving them money.
And here's the problem: is they get views. Okay, so if I pay YouTube $20, I see progress. And then I put out another video and I see zero progress. And YouTube knows you were willing to give me $20 for that extra 1,000 views. You're going to give me another $20 for another, and it becomes a click for them. And so they're not going to push your video if they know you're willing to pay. Right. And like I said, YouTube's a business. And like I said,
that's what it is. They're not here for our benefit.
No,
we're here for their benefit, and
that's why they don't like. That's why they don't like the bots, because here's what happens: is advertisers control everything. And so if I go into YouTube and I say I'm going to put down $1 million, and you're going to advertise Acts&Nacho to how many people, and they say $1 million will get you an advertisement to 1 million people. And then if I go and do my due diligence, and this is what happened when Elon Musk purchased X. He did his due diligence and found out, like, as an advertiser, I go, whoa, it turns out that the 1 million people that you said you were advertising to weren't real people watching. They were bot channels, and nobody saw my ad, but you still got my $1 million. So that's why every quarter they got to do due diligence. And if you notice, every 4 months, every quarter or whatever, you'll start seeing subs leave your channel, and that's them kind of doing the due diligence of pulling those channels out. They know, and if you're spending a lot of money to show your advertisement to, you want to make sure that it's real people and real eyeballs seeing that advertisement, and not just a bot channel.
I can happily say I don't know about any of this. I just come and play songs and drink beer. That's basically all I do.
And that's what we love. And you know what? I think the best thing to break up this type of conversation is, does somebody got a song for us?
Somebody got a song.
Somebody got a song?
Nope.
G-May, you got something you can tinkle away on the keys?
I was thinking I may have to play a song later, though, because when I was getting ready, you were talking all about every fake song. You know, it's always about the road. And I'm like, man, I got a song. It's like one of the most important songs of my life, and I say the road 9 different times.
It's a common thing. Go down the dusty
It's
road.
very picturesque. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's cool too is I broke out some of the albums. I was thinking about this. My grandfather played in a band called the Gem City Jazz Band. And they're like Dixieland, Dixieland jazz and shit. And he played slide trombone. He was a high school music teacher, my grandfather. And I got all his albums. And, he passed away, rest in peace, a while ago. But I have all the rights to all his albums. You know what I mean? Like, here's one right here. It's called the Gem City Jazz Band. Like, there's my grandfather. You see him there?
Oh, wow.
He looks just like me. See that?
Yeah.
He's better looking.
You think he's better looking? And that's with this chick, Lita Lloyd. But it's really cool, man. They got all kinds of songs, and they're all jazz songs. So I'm going to take some of his albums and then bump them down. I can stem sell them. I can use them. They're mine. You know what I mean? It's all,
So you're going to rip off your uncle?
No, I'm not.
Grandfather?
It's just,
Is that what you're
I might
saying?
mess. I've got so much shit to do next year. I mean, at some point down the road, I'm going to do something with one of these tunes.
Yeah, but why not put some lyrics over it, do a little remix to it, put a beat behind it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's nothing wrong with remixing it and turning it into something. That's cool.
Hey, Dom's so awesome. And he's all, so you're going to rip off your grandfather? I love it.
I just
Everyone
gotta.
knows that.
I have to pick.
There's only one person out in New York that I get along with.
Same. I'm telling you. I can't tell you how many people from California do not like me anymore from YouTube. Lots of them. Lots of them.
It's like the East Coast, West Coast.
Oh, hell yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just we are completely
Two different breeds.
two different breeds of people, We're all human, but just different parts of the world, you have a different way of doing things.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, so I don't know. Does anybody got a tune? I think I might have something I can present. Let me.
We got any other? Is anybody else out there in Chatland?
Yeah, we got some chatters out
Any
there.
other musicians coming up?
I hope
Oh,
so. I
right,
sent
out
out
there.
some links. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
I'm
but,
gonna go smoke.
smoke. Yeah, I'm going to play a
but
video here.
If somebody in chat says what song they want me to play, I'll play one of mine.
Nice, very nice. Let's do this. Let's play a little G-May. I got make sure that the sound's coming through okay.
When air is
guys hear it okay?
with the ocean tide, breathe the jars and the stars align. Imagination keeps you in time, where air and water meet a fireside. Gypsy woman, won't you give me a ride? My gypsy woman, you know you keep me alive. Take gypsy woman, won't you give me a ride? My gypsy woman, you know you keep me alive. So gypsy woman, come on and give me a ride. Well, you couldn't come down if you wanted to, because the fingerprint never really mattered. But you better come down from the roses and your crown. Can't you see the crystal dust about to shatter? Good morning, all my life, there's no one else inside. And you see me through the stars and the matter. Well, you couldn't come down if you wanted to, because the fingerprint never really mattered.
There we go. That's a little gypsy woman right there.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can
now that's
smell
a
the
fun song.
patchouli oil, right?
Yeah, that's a fun song. That's a cool tune.
Well, it was one of those songs when I wrote it. You know, we talk about there's so many different ways of writing a song. There's, yeah, I have some words. Can you put some guitar to it? Or, you know, hey, I have this riff. Can you put something to it? Or I have this progression. Can you put some words to it? So there's all these different ways to do that.
Brenda.
You know?
Yeah. Let's see what's going on. We got the chat going on out there. What's going on out there, chatter? I see Dave's not here. I see Snooks is out there. Good to see you, Snooks.
Snooks.
Kurt's hanging out there. Kurt was out there watching Michael Songs live tonight. Him and Justine, they went and saw him live.
Yeah.
And we're actually there in person. Aloha to Steve out there rocking. He's probably working hard. The Wenders and the Brenders. Good to see you, Brenders. And Camellia. Good to see you, Camellia. Angelite. Good to see you. There's G-May's favorite out there, Angelite. Hopefully we seen you on Saturday. Or even this Wednesday. Maybe you can come up this Wednesday, you know.
Open mic.
Open
Wednesday
mic.
night.
That's right. Good to see you. Good to see everybody hanging out with us tonight. We're just talking shop tonight, having a good time. Trying to get to some tunes. We might sing some tunes here and there, but mainly we're just kind of finding out what makes us all tick, and what's going on, and what what's going on, and what the gimmick is. What's your gimmick? I don't know. Does a musician have to have a gimmick? Is there something special that a musician does that just kind of says, hey, I got to do this and it's my thing now?
I choose not to answer. Everyone, you need game. You have to have game if you want people to like you.
It's true. Like Michael Songs looks great. And, you know, everybody thinks that, you know, what the way he dresses might be a gimmick, but it's not. Like that's how he's dressed since a kid.
That's why I never make mention of it, because that's just
because
the way
you don't
it
know
is,
if
so-
it is it a gimmick or is it just how it is? Because you know,
yeah.
it's kind of like the whole Angus Young thing. You know, was it a gimmick his outfit he wore? But no, like he just wore that since a kid, and that's all he ever wore. But yeah, no, it's kind of interesting the way people appeal or dress or what they do. It all kind of brings things together, but there's definitely, I don't know. Like, I guess my gimmick, I guess if I would say would be reverb.
Come
I
on.
don't know.
Who could
Like
forget toe cam?
the toe cam, yeah, that's pretty good.
Cheese
That's pretty gimmicky.
drums.
The cheese drums. I am pretty gimmicky,
know?
just in general.
All right, you don't have to
my-
point them all out.
My whole thing is, yeah, stop pointing them out. I was going to do it one at a time. But some things just aren't, like sunglasses. I wear sunglasses because I have incredible amount of light around. And if I take them off, because I have astigmatism. So if I take, the lights just like shoot out like crazy and just reflections on the TV. So that's why I started wearing these. Thanks for the cheese membership. Welcome to the cheese club. As I talk about all my cheese. But I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is our what we do in our personality can kind of seem gimmicky to those that are watching it. And I don't mean gimmicky, but I mean like make your personality or your persona stand out a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like your New York accent and persona makes who you are, and your songwriting's different than somebody else from California, let's say.
Right. Absolutely. I don't know. I don't even know what you said.
I don't know.
G-May, you're muted, man.
Yeah, man, you're muted.
Mon. I really try not to think about it much.
But songwriting's a fun thing though, because when it gets channeled to you real quick, Dom, just like a song or just boom out of nowhere, you pick up.
Oh yeah, it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. I've had a couple of them, just boom.
Yeah,
there they were.
So there's different ways of achieving that, and that's why it's one of the hardest things. Like, hey, well, let's do a song together. It's like, well, we need to experience something together. I think about that. See what I'm saying?
Well, I must say, I am a terrible collaborator. Well, because it's like I do this because I want to say something I want to say. I don't want to hear what you want to say. You put it in your song, kind of thing. So if I ask someone to collaborate on one of my songs, yeah, I want it exactly. Like, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do, but I'm going to explain the way I want it to come off, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, I feel like I have every right to, as anyone does if they're asking someone to play on a song,
Yeah.
Unless it's like if there were a way to do it like you do in a band, you come with a piece, someone adds a piece, and it builds that way. That's very hard to do in the digital world, because you have to send things back and forth,
The fact that you can do it is crazy, though, right? Like I've seen some of these music videos where you're collaborating with like Hugh Caldwell. There's a few of them that you got going with. You got quite a few collaborations that you've done, and the fact that can be pulled off with somebody across the world and nobody left their house,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Like even here, we're from all over the world, and we're able to come up on a panel and talk about things and kind of collaborate what's going on. It's a crazy world we do live in.
Do you plan on doing any originals in 25 acts?
We keep thinking about doing originals, and even Nacho, she's like, we really got to start writing some tunes. And it's been a few years since we wrote an original song, and any of our stuff that we did write, like I said, we're just not. We're different writers, different motivation. I'm more about taking a song and making it my own. Where writing songs, I don't know. We used to do it a lot when we were younger, but we had a younger mindset and, a different feel. We were able to feel the music a little bit more when you do it. And again, I think when you do it for so long, you lose that emotion for music a little bit. And I think we talked about even doing shows on a regular basis. Like when we first started doing our shows, we did it because we want to sit back and just have fun and play some music. And when people wanted to watch, that was fun. And then when you start putting a time frame and a day to it, it starts to become a job almost. And
Yeah.
I think that's what happens with music is you lose the feel and it starts to become a bit of a job, especially the moment you start getting paid to play music. That's what I found playing it out and playing with people
Yeah.
or playing for people. You had an expectation of what you had to play. And I was always like, I don't like to be told what to play. I want to play what I want.
Right.
But they're like, sorry, bud, a whole bunch of cowboys just walked in and I need 20 country songs right away. And it's like, well, you know what? I really wanted to rock it, so you got to, once you're getting paid, you're under the thumb of somebody telling you what to do. And it's,
It's crazy.
and yeah, that's the same with the show. And that's kind of why I'm doing this show, because I'm not taking a break, but I'm changing it up for a bit. And eventually we'll go back to, the original program. We might do the Music Maker Monday.
Change is good.
Yeah, maybe the first Monday of every month or something. I don't know, but it's not
How about-
stopping the show. It's
How
just
about
changing.
do it when you feel like? Yeah.
Exactly, or I'll do it when I feel like. Yeah, that's what I like. I'll do it when I feel.
It's your show.
Yeah, and again,
Yeah,
it's
write
like,
a song about that.
I'm not taking the show. I'm not stopping the show. We're still doing it every Monday and Wednesday. But like I said, I think I tried doing it a little earlier when I'm bringing people up to kind of give a little bit more time to some people.
Yeah.
Because I know 11 p.m. It's late for some people, but it's ideal for me. But yeah, so you haven't decided whether you're going to do your show tomorrow, Dom?
Correct.
Well, hopefully you do.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm just drained, Maybe I will. It will if I, it will be easier if I just decide to play because it's not scheduled. It's that scheduling. It's when I have to go, damn it. I've gone and done it.
Yeah, no, and that's what it is too. Like on Mondays I was doing, I do for a long time, years, like from 11 p.m. so 4 hours of just nonstop music, and I would just play and play and play and play.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, I was off Tuesday, and then I had it right back Wednesday to do, and it does get going. You start sitting there going, well, in my mind, I've played this song, 1,000 times, and I don't.
I keep track of how many times I play everything.
Yeah,
I have a big,
Wow.
You get those songs that you're just like, you always go back to it. Like I said, I've got 825 songs in my list.
Yeah.
But I go back to the same 50, 75 songs, and I try not to repeat songs, even on different days. Like a Monday, I'll try to play completely different songs Wednesday than I've played Monday.
Right.
You do your best.
Well, that was kind of the idea of me doing the song list. Was back in the day when you met someone cool and let me I gotta let this person know what I'm about. So you make them a mixtape. And there's my life in a mixtape kind of thing. So that was like the song list. It was like I can curate songs that are, so it is fun to do that. And if you don't do that, you find yourself just going back to like what you played good last time.
What song did I play good last time? Yeah, and then and that's kind of like how you separate your list. You have those songs that kind of float to the top, the ones that you know you can do good. You're like, I know
It
I rocked
depends.
that one
For
good.
me, it's all about. I have a list of songs between my originals and covers. I have probably about 70 right now, where I don't have to look at anything. I can hope that I remember the lyrics and the verses. I know all the progressions. So I don't have to look at it while I'm playing. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I hear. I have like I have like 100, like 140 covers that I do now, and I mean, I do enjoy playing them, but I'm starting mentally to go, how many songs do I need to know how to play that I love playing? There's a lot of songs I play that I don't, maybe it's not my favorite song of the world. And like, can I find enough covers that I love to play and then only play those, you know?
Oh, I
Yeah.
know.
So,
I hear ya. There's so many covers that there's so many bands I can't stand, but people love and the covers, and I play them, I know them, but I really don't like doing them unless many people are like, play that.
Yeah.
Which one do you hate, Dom? What's your worst cover song that you just? It's like it's a good song, people love it, but you just
I don't know offhand at the moment, but
mine's
I'm sure there's
Wallflowers, for sure. You know that song they do. I can't even think of it.
What's going on, Chris?
Hi,
Mr.
how's everybody
Lane.
doing?
How are you, Mr. Songwriter?
Mr. Lane.
Doing
is
all right.
there.
How's everybody? Yeah, I looked at the clock and I went, "Oh yeah, Axe's show is on." I said I should stop by. Duh.
There you go.
It's already
What
been a
song
week.
drives
It's
you
Monday.
crazy?
Stop.
What song drives you crazy, Chris? What cover song do you play or people ask you for, but you're just like, I don't want to do
I'm
that.
very fortunate. Zero, because
Really,
I
eh?
only play what I like. I don't keep more than probably 20 covers active at any one time. You know, because I don't. If I go on, on a big night, I might play 5 songs, and 3 of them are going to be mine and maybe 2 covers. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
I've
not.
had people pick songs for me, like a lot of people like, can you learn that one? Can you learn that one? Which is really cool. But like once someone like Yellow Submarine, I'm like, that ain't me.
Yeah.
Don't you know that is not a song for me? And then someone picked like a Beatles song, and it was like, that's just
Right.
like. So I have to feel like, you know, I have to be able to at least friggin' relate to the thing, like, you know, or else just
Any cover I
Right.
play, I really like or I flat love. And now there's other covers that I've tried and nobody ever hears them because it's like, it's not a good song for me. It's not right vocally, or I can't play it well enough on the guitar is usually what thwarts me.
Well, that's like one of my favorite part is doing it is almost every song I meet, I'm like, I hate my friggin' growly deep voice, you know. But so like one of the fun things is how can I try to put it in a register then hopefully sound cool, you know.
Oh yeah, like even doing songs. Sometimes when I do a practice, like before a show, I'll usually sit down. So if the show starts at 11, I'll usually sit down at around 9:30, to get the sound going, make sure all the sound's going through. Try to get a list of songs that'll last me an hour that I can kind of keep up with, and kind of practice the first hour of songs and make sure everything's coming through and doing well. And yeah, kind of going through those song lists and just kind of figuring out which ones am I going to sing and which ones am I going to do, which ones are going to. And the key I sometimes practice in isn't the same key that I end up doing it in.
Yeah, that
Oh.
varies.
Because after
depending
you
on-
warm your
Wow.
voice up, I could be playing it in the key of D, and then all of a sudden I got to shift to a key of G because my voice just kind of just tinkered
Yeah.
out a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
But that's it. When you find that perfect key for yourself to kind of play in and know what key that you generally
Thanks, Kurt.
that you play in, you can kind of fit most songs into your category if you know how to transpose it and just kind of change it up.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, as
yeah.
a rule, I don't transpose a little bit. I tune down half a step. I have for a long time, so everything I do is down like a half step, just because that's how I tune my guitar.
Okay, so you're E
Yeah,
flat,
that's
you
like
do it in, right?
most rock
Yeah.
bands kiss tune down
Yeah.
half step. Well,
I
a lot
started
of
doing
bands
it years ago because I was reading about Hendrix and how he always tuned his Strat down half a step, and I tuned my Strat down half a step, and I'm like, I get it now. It
More
played
vibration in
so
the string,
much
yeah.
better down a half step, and then I would record stuff, and I would like, okay, I recorded this with the Strat, so then and after a while, I'm like, just tune all your guitars down half a step and quit fucking around. And that just made it a lot easier when I was recording or something, I could just grab whatever axe I thought was the right for that, and I didn't have to retune and all that other happy horse shit.
Yeah.
Happy horseshit.
Yeah, I was never into the different tunings. I never got into that. It was always just because I was always just used to getting up and having to jam with people that strangers. So it was always like everything's tuned at E. The most I ever dabbled with was down tuning D, E to D, and that was it. And
that actually is one of the best.
it is a great sound, but then you get some people that tune their guitar to the whole. I think it's like that's not Dadgad, is it? That's a different one. I think.
No, Dadgad's a little different.
Dadgad is
Yeah, you
trying
tune
to
them
learn
all
that.
down.
Yeah, no, I do a lot in Dadgad. I do a lot of open tunings. I love it.
Yeah, Dom,
Yeah, and the
Dom
people
is
who
a
mess
tuning
around with
whiz.
the tunings and stuff, it's a whole different world, and it changes your instrument completely.
Yeah,
That's what's fun about it. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as like I don't know, like because a lot of people can't have a tough time playing along with somebody that tunes their guitar differently. Usually it shouldn't matter. If you know your instrument well enough and you kind of know theory enough, you should be able to, no matter what you're tuned to, you're still tuned to a note that I should be able to form or figure out somewhere here. It should be all relevant. But most people, if they don't know the theory, it's really hard to play along
Yeah,
with somebody
I mean-
that's tuned.
Unless it's a open tuning like open D, G. Yeah, 100%. But like most of those songs, that's how they are. The weird tunings, they're mainly for fingerstyle or solo guitar and stuff. Anyways,
anything the Goo Goo Dolls did, because that guy, he has no idea what he's doing. He says, I have no clue. He just tunes his guitar weird ways, and that's why they're very difficult to play, because you got to try and figure out
what's that song name?
Yeah,
Everything is tuned to D, I believe, except the E string is like a B or.
yeah, he's
like-
done some
yeah.
weird shit.
Yeah, like back in the day, it was all weird tuning, and that's kind of what happened. It was like late '90s. A bunch of kids just kind of picked up guitars and learned how to bang on a couple strings because it really did kind of sound cool and fitting for the time.
Right.
Like you like the what is it, the down? So if you tune down, right, and then you had that really thick, just that chugging, and they just kind of like did it's kind of something like that. And
Well,
and they kinda
I
felt
think
that.
maybe a lot of the open tunings got started long before, like with cigar box blues and stuff. You know,
Absolutely.
they were all that. Probably open G was a tuning before standard tuning was. So I think it's just a pick off of there,
Yeah, like
and then
that.
you got like really like theory type of musicians who started really experimenting with the open tuning.
I'm coming home in LA. In the studio, we would tune the guitar to E and do the slide. It was like E minor, something like
Yeah,
that.
so open E, yeah.
Open E, yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
people who
I
play
do.
slides.
I have like 5 different tunings right now, and I'm working on one in open C, and I have a song I've been working on in what do they call it? Math rock. I forget. It's C F E. It's really weird, but it sounds gorgeous.
That's cool. I haven't done a lot with it because I have
Well,
so
you
much
know what it
muscle
is.
memory,
It's like
I don't know where
number
I'm at.
one, you have to have a guitar in it all the time. Just
Yeah.
when I'm like working and trying to play with a tuning, I'll just leave one guitar that way. And whenever I pick it up.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. That's impressive when you're able to do that many different tunings and stuff. And so do you have like a couple different guitars just kind of tuned all differently? And
No, that's what. So usually when I use the 2 guitars, I only have the one right now. I would only do it like when I play live. I would do a few songs from one particular tuning. That's why I started like, okay, if I make a song in a tuning, I need to figure out how to play a few covers in that same tuning. Because it's like, why else would you tune your guitar, for one song kind of thing.
See, that might be wild, like doing some crazy tuning on maybe on your 12 string. That'd be big. Have you ever practiced doing something like wild like that?
You gonna tune it for me? Because
That's the thing.
that's a fucking lot of work, man.
Yes.
You know how thin those strings are?
Yeah, I have a
Getting a
12
12
string.
in tune just by
I have
itself is
strung
a
it.
good trick.
Exactly. You get it normally tuned. Go with God, my friend.
That's what everybody plays their 12 string until they break a string, and then it goes
Yeah.
into a, and then whoop, thank
That's
you.
I broke the high, the harmonic G on my 12 string, and I haven't played it since.
Yeah.
And then I just recently learned though it's a B string, like from like a 9-gauge B string is there.
Oh yeah, anything will work.
I played
I've strung
bass.
anything up
Yeah.
to make it work.
I played bass, and when I started playing acoustic a lot, I needed the heaviest gauge. I like the thickest gauge. I don't like thin strings on my acoustic. I want them not nylon, steel strings, but whatever the heaviest gauge is, I always get that.
Yeah, well, I use 12s, which are medium light acoustic, and 13s on my Taylor. And those are medium, but really, I don't think anyone's playing like with anything heavier than that. Stevie Ray Vaughan used to play with really heavy strings, right?
13s he would use on his electric, yeah.
On his electric, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be your G string. Your typical G string would be his E string, and
Right.
that's where it would start. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's the gauge I use on my Taylor.
And I use these .88 Dunlap nylon.
I'm 1 millimeter.
Nice.
Like the
Yeah. What picks are you?
flexibility.
Are you guys pickaholics? Do you guys have to have your?
No, I'm
specific
just
pick?
.88. That's it. If I play bass, I need a thick one, real thick. But
Depending on, so I use like 3 different picks for like all strumming. I like a lighter pick because I like to hear the as it
Right.
goes across the strings. That's probably, I don't know, like 70.
super light.
For electric guitar, I only use the same pick. I use the Tortex Jazz pick,
Yeah,
the pink one,
0.88.
which is
Yeah, I got the
Because you can-
Tortex 50. That's all I use.
You can turn it around, and you can use this end of it. What makes it really hard, and then when you turn it around, just this end is the .88. So you kind of get the strummy, and then you can turn it around and get the
I'm trying to
thick.
look for one. It's
Yeah,
thicker
I
than that,
use the
right?
50s, and I use it for everything. I play bass mostly with my fingers, but I often record and I use this because it's light,
Right.
and I get a little percussiveness, but it still has the finger sound, but it's not
Yeah.
dead.
I used to do the same when I was a sessions bass player, man.
Yeah, I
It was a
rubbed
combination
it
of both fingers, slap, and pick. I'll
Yeah.
start playing some bass probably next year.
Yeah, I'm not much of a slap guy. I can
Yeah,
do
I'm pretty
it, but
picky
I'm not
with my
great at
pick.
it.
It's got to be the jazz pick, little
You
ones.
going jazz
pretty
pick?
Grip. Yeah, they
I
gotta be
like
little.
again. So acoustic, I use like 3 or 4 different picks. Mainly a Dunlop 1 millimeter, the black one. If it combines both strumming and flat picking.
See, I knew a guy he couldn't use any other pick but the one I was using. And luckily I was there at the jam because he wasn't going to start he was posting the jam. He wasn't going to host it. He was going to go and drive home because he's like, I can't use anything but that pick. I can't.
Right.
Now
That's a
I don't know if
mental-
you do
that's
this
goofy.
crazy
It
thing.
was
like
it
I
was a little
did.
bit it was a little bit weird, but I do get it because
Yeah.
I got some picks for I don't know. They got me, the kids and stuff got me some picks, and I was like, oh, they're great and whatever. But I'm just like,
Like the kind with the cool pictures, like a song in, and there's a big gouge out of them. Do you do this though? So like, I have this. I don't know. I have this big cup of guitar picks, right?
I got
and I don't
that,
use
yep.
any of them.
Wow.
I just bought a new thing of like a dozen of the picks I mainly
What'd
use.
that run you?
Huh?
What'd that run you?
$5.
I just spent $10 for 13 picks.
Oh no,
Unbelievable.
it's just the $5 Amazon. But then, as soon as I get them, I dump them into the cup of all the other. And every time I need them, like, fucking, where's that pick? I don't know, but they must go in the pick cup.
Yep. I did
We all
that
have
too. I
our
think I got the
weaknesses, right?
$10 Amazon pack. I did get that, and they send you the most wildest designing looking.
Yeah,
picks.
they look
Like,
great. They're the
they look
worst
like
picks in the
stair
world.
steps, and some of them are
Right.
huge, and it's like what?
Yeah, I hate
What
the
about like
plastic ones
you
'cause
get
they
those
break.
real slippery picks, and you're like, Pew,
Yeah.
there she goes.
I've gotten ones
You
where
can't
one strum,
grip it.
and they break the tip off.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, those suck.
well,
Yeah,
The
that's
side
nice.
wedge is the worst when you
Well, that's
when
why
you're coming down.
I got
and
into the
it-
Tortex because they don't break.
Yeah, the Tortex are good.
They'll wear out, but they don't break.
yeah, that's the one thing why I like the little jazz picks. Yeah, they don't break.
Well, that's it. And the other thing, like when you're playing an electric guitar, who wants that? This big ass pick, you know? It's like
No,
you
thank you.
want. I mean, because when you're playing acoustic, you're using the pick a lot differently. When you're playing an electric, the pick is used for one thing, you know, to sound the note. So you want that consistency, and
Yeah.
you don't want it everywhere. You know, when I play it, you know, it just that little tip is sticking out, and everything else
Just
is
the
gone.
tip.
Just the tip.
Just enough to
Yeah.
make it ring. I know.
People have heard that. Just
With the alternating picking too, the picking with the pick, ding, 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 right, versus the finger picker, you know.
There's a lot. That's the thing is just knowing a couple chords is good, but there's a lot going on this end too. And those finger pickers, man, those finger pickers.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
yeah, they're
like,
good.
man. Like I said, one of my favorite guitar players is Tommy Emmanuel, and if anybody
Oh
knows
my God,
Tommy Emmanuel,
he is.
He's a
My
god.
wife and I go see him all the time.
You've seen
He
him
just
live.
like this. What? Oh yeah. I've seen him live a few times. He
Oh.
is so freaking amazing.
Man, I
He's
can't
so
believe you got to
amazing.
see him live. He's getting
Yeah,
up there now. But
Yeah.
one of the best. If
Mm-hmm.
not the best. Like if you see him do Classical Gas, that song, and he's banging on his guitar, and he's he's amazing.
Yeah.
Like he's
But
Roy Clark top.
he's a Chet Atkins prodigy.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, he was trained by.
Wow.
And he's almost unfair to say because he is so amazingly talented. Like he started playing fingers. Like he's one of the people that created like the finger style guitar, way.
If anybody hasn't seen, maybe one of the moderators can put that link out there to him doing "Somewhere Over the Rainbow" on his guitar. It's some of the most beautiful playing that you'll ever hear, and it's angelic. It's fantastic. So by far one of my favorites, and I'm glad that you've seen him live. That's really cool.
Yeah,
Tommy Emmanuel. Yeah, I think he's up there with Roy Clark. He's another one that kind of got underrated. Was Roy Clark? He's so good.
Roy Clark he could play.
A real
anything.
underrated then is Glenn Campbell.
Glenn
Yeah,
Campbell is
yeah.
Glenn Campbell
unbelievably
is
good
a
guitar
smoking guitar player.
player. Yes.
See, I like Roy Clark because he did it, and he did it with this grin on his face, and he made you laugh too
was
while
having
he
a
was
good time.
doing it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how you get underrated is when you have a comedic swing to it. It almost doesn't. Most people watching see the comedic side and not the serious playing he's doing.
Who is the other guy that always played with him?
Well, he played a lot with Buck Owens, but
Yeah.
and Buck Owens was
No,
you
I'm
know,
thinking he was like an actor. God, Jerry. I don't
Jerry
know,
Reed.
maybe.
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 Yeah,
Maybe
Jerry
Jerry
Reed
Reed.
Jerry Reed was a pretty good guitar player. He's better known as a songwriter vocalist, but he's a pretty strong guitar player.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Reed.
Most people just know him from Smokey and the Bandit. That's
Right.
about it.
Oh, well, then it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he used to do hee haw.
Yeah. A lot
Little
of them
bit,
did Hee Haw.
yeah.
Hee Haw was a great show, right? That was a
They had some pretty
fantastic
good,
show.
talented people on there.
Where they'd bust the door open to do a joke and then slam it behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Old Hee Haw.
Pop up in the cornfield.
Yeah, and they just Roy Clark would just have like the overalls on. Good times back.
You're right, though. When he was playing, he was like,
Oh, he's a happy dude.
Oh yeah. Oh, and he could play so fast. Oh man. And that's what I mean is like you can't say who's the best guitar player out there. Like I always say, the best guitar player, nobody knows who they are. but you take different like people like Les Paul, Chet Atkins. He's got to be still number one up there. And you take these guys, you're like, oh, they're just playing blues and they're playing, folky or whatever. It's like, no, that's what he plays, what he likes to play. And a well-skilled musician, and as musicians, we know that once you're able to do that, you can play any genre. If he wanted to plug into an amp and play along with Slash, I imagine Chet Atkins could absolutely.
Oh, no question.
Absolutely. Les Paul, no problem. And it's like any one of us, give us a second, give us a little bit, and we'll learn. It's like, I'm not a metal guy. I don't do a lot of metal stuff, but, give me an hour with a song and I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Give us some time. We'll be able to do it. And I think, that's the idea behind these guys, is just because they're country guys doesn't mean they can't do it all.
I was, my wife and I were talking the other night, and we were watching some movie, and some, I forget what disco song comes on, but, right out of the 70s disco song. And I was like, man, I love this tune. And she's like, I don't believe you like disco. I'm like, it's a rock song with a beat in a different place. It's the same exact thing. The bands were the exact same. The chords were the same. The beat changed.
Yeah.
But no backbeat.
Yeah, no.
The downbeat.
Yeah, Now, for you guys, are you guys theoried in music? Like, are you able to say I'm playing a G chord, or you can say, hey, they're playing
Yeah, I mean,
bass players are you guys know the notes, obviously.
Yeah,
I know the notes. My theory's not that strong.
I did a lot of theory.
Yeah, I just
Bass
rely on my
Grégoire.
ears.
Have you ever heard of a bass Grégoire or a guitar Grégoire?
No.
So it's like every scale, everything, all the theory.
Yeah,
The
no.
Grégoire.
I don't, I play by how it feels or sounds, but I do try to make sense of it. Like, I like to know if I'm playing a chord, I want to know what it's called. So I do look.
Right.
Like a little grid. Okay, I had my finger here, and there, and like, oh, that's a A13.
Right.
Okay, now I know what it's called.
See, the cool thing is when you've been doing it that long, I think just a couple hours looking at it, everybody would get it right away. Because you experience it, and you start knowing, okay, well, this is the note, this is what it sounds like. And because I think that's even better, because you're able to put different sounds together than somebody that would be structured. Somebody with a structured theory says, well, these notes and these notes have to go together. Whereas somebody outside of that can kind of cherry pick a little bit and make some a lot different sounds. That's why this different tuning and stuff was always kind of weird to people who done theory music, because it had to be structured. And when people started turning their notes down, it was like, well, what are you doing? I can't follow that, It became a little different.
And then it's what it is, because most people who don't understand it, they're just overcomplicating it. Basically, it's just like you're turning at least the lowest two strings into the bass guitar, and anything you do after that works, because it's tuned to a chord. It's just learning, where the positions are to make the next chord.
And I love seeing these kids take it to a different level too. You've seen some of these kids, they're doing like the flamenco type stuff, and they're down tuning and doing all this as they're playing. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's fun stuff to watch. It's just like anything. I mean, if you're going to put everything in it, a lot of these people, they get up, they just practice that for like 12 hours a day, every day, and then they play that one thing again. That's cool. I mean, I have nothing against that, but I like the Frank Zappa approach. You have a working knowledge of the fretboard.
Yeah, Frank Zappa didn't just become that. Like, the dude knows, like, music. He knew music theory in and out.
very
He was
strongly.
a student of it, you know. So when he was just going out there and laying it out, it's because he had the whole foundation already, you know. It's music is definitely, I would say, 80% intuition, but that little 20% you have of knowledge, if you know how to apply it, forget it. You know, that's Randy Rhoads, you know. He was amazing, but he was smart, and he was, you know, Eddie Van Halen created new things by
Yeah.
melding the, you know. So,
For me, it kind of started out the opposite. For me, I grew up where it was just like, I don't want any lessons. I don't want anybody showing me anything. And I just, that stubborn, where I created my own band with like my friends, 5 people, and we all learned together and played and just figured it out, you know. And then later in my career, when I started learning music theory, it was like, oh man, why didn't I just listen and learn some of that music theory? It would have made it a lot easier.
Well, you know what it is. I think I became much better at writing songs once I really started trying to learn other people's covers and turning them, you know, more into like my own kind of song. And
Yeah.
then you know, and there's a lot of chords I play that I now play because when I learned to cover one day, and I'm like, oh my god! Like I remember the first time, like the D over F sharp is like the best transition chord in the world. When
Yeah.
I learned Chris Stapleton's
Right.
song and Jesus too.
Right. There's already just a zillion of these different staples and different keys, like the old A minor, C, G routine, you know. Everyone uses it at some point, you know.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
impossible
yeah.
to escape.
Like, say, if you're going to learn something, if you know the notes and the chords, knowing what's called the circle of fifths, and anybody that knows that knows that that's kind of like the key and the magic to interblending music and notes.
Yeah.
That's kind of the first you want to go to, because that really gets you the floating between the majors and the minors and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, I got my little wooden laser cut wheel, circle of fifths, that I'll look it up because, again, I just don't know that stuff off the top of my head. I can
Yeah, and
hear
that's-
it and go, okay, that's why it works, but
And that's
That's
just like
the thing.
what G-May's saying.
You
too. It's kinda-
know it. You just can't say it.
I can't explain it. If somebody put a gun to
Because, like, if it sounds good, it's part of music theory. You know, it's so as long as you can hear it, you know, your body knows more music theory than your voice can say.
when I first started recording, of course, I got a couple of the auto-tune, programs to, touch up my voice and everything. And I just never could use them because
Yeah.
I would think I'm in the key of D.
What's up, Bam?
I was not in the key of D. And
You would
those-
think, right? You would think a program invented for a person that can stay in key would make it so the entire thing wasn't dependent on the person knowing what key they were in the beginning.
Exactly. It's kind of
Like,
counterintuitive.
Can't
So
you
then-
just fix my shit, dude?
Well, I got to the point where, what, I'll just sing it till I get it right. And
You know what always worried me as a little guy growing up playing guitar? I always wondered who the person was, because back when you couldn't just go look up music, there was no internet.
No.
You had to go to the music store and you had to buy a music book.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's what intimidated me so much about learning music, because I was like, if I write a song, do I got to write all these notes in and then make the chord? Like, who's doing this? Who's looking at Slash's solo and plunking each note that he's doing? I'm like,
nerd.
that's way
Yeah.
too much. I
Slash.
can't fathom
I
that.
never did that growing up. To me, the only way you learned is like, hey man, we're going over Kevin's house, and Kevin was really good. So you go hang out with them out in the garage, everybody's smoking weed, drinking, you're watching them play.
Watching 'em play.
Hey, what's that? Hey, what are you doing right there? And then
I have,
eventually-
I
to
have
get the jam.
all my lyrics are written down. I've never once made a note about music. It's like, that's why some days I go to play a song. I'm like, I'm like, I got nothing.
Right.
Did I actually make this song?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't write them all down, and I just hope. I always figure if the song's good enough, I'll probably remember it, and if I don't remember it, it's probably because it sucks.
Never meant to be.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so true. Listen, there's a bunch of people out there in the chat. Like, good to see everybody. If you do feel you want to join this conversation and you didn't get a link, hit up with my email. Email me. I'll check my email. Spam it in the chat. And like if Polvald, you want to join, or somebody else, Mr. Smith wants to come up and join this conversation, hit me up with an email, and I'll email you a link. I just kind of want to keep it through emails right now, and that'll be really cool. But what we do have right now, we got an Emperism that just showed up. And I'm kind of excited for this guy right here, because it kind of takes me into the next thing that I kind of wanted to talk about was cables. I just finished upgrading my cables, and I was sick of it. I was using, those like cables you had for your headsets, and they got the microphone in it too. I was connecting crap with that, and it got to the point where I heard a buzz, I heard a click, and I was like, that's it. I just need to upgrade all my cables, and I was using the worst of the worst. Good cables are really expensive, but man, if you don't have them, they make the world of difference. And like when I see a guy like Amp, I'm like looking at what he's got going on. Like that's a small fortune in cables for sure he's got, but you gotta have it.
Yeah.
When I moved, I had a damn big box full of it, and there was 2 of them.
Now, did you mark them before?
That's what I was going to do.
No.
Just throw them in a box. Okay.
No, I just...
Talk about living wild.
Yeah. Now, do you use good cables?
Yeah, I didn't. I used
Top Notch.
Yeah, no, all kinds of.
Yeah,
kinds.
nobody.
All kinds.
No one
of,
actually pays for top-notch stuff. That's just given to them.
It's too hard. I'm just saying, just don't go to the dollar store.
I have good. I have Fender cables and etc.
That's
etc. But yeah, I just get what I need whenever I need.
And
I noticed, like Mr. Smith in the chat says he makes his own cables, and I used to do that when I was touring.
That's cool.
But I'm just, I don't
That's way
stuff anymore.
hardcore.
Well, you when you were touring, you were always breaking cables and everything, so you had to know how to make your own cables or repair them. But now, because my stuff is pretty stationary, I'm not that hard on the cables anymore. So.
Especially back in the day, you were doing it for stage work, so it's like, well, I need a 23-foot cable, and to get that at the store is going to be $110. So, or I can make it for $5.
Right, and it's getting torn down a minimum of once a week, and a lot of times it was torn down every night. And
Best thing I ever did with my cables is learn to route them around anywhere the chair can roll. Yeah. Because I don't know, you could you could jump up and down on the mic cable, and it's fine. You roll one little wheel over a fucking microphone cable, it's it.
On stages and live performances, those cables are important if they are balanced or not. Because if they're not balanced, it over 6 meters, it will lose the signal and lose the quality of.
That's it too. There's a lot of science behind cables too, right? Like whether, like I got a board, and some of my inputs will take a stereo cable, but some of the inputs, if I put a stereo cable, it cuts it like the volume down to nothing, and you can't hear it.
That's an old board.
And then like knowing what to do. Okay, do I take my stereo cable? Where do I take my line out, or do I use a stereo out? Do I use the headphone out? There's so many different things of what you use and what do you do.
Yeah.
Like right now, okay, I got a stereo cable coming out from here, and it goes into my mixer. But would I be better off to buy a cable that goes from stereo?
You have the right cable, man.
And plugs into mono. You know what I mean? And because you can get cables that split into two monos.
Yeah.
You know, so there's right thing like audio engineers, they really know their stuff.
I find that is like the hardest part of all this. Like, I have been, I bought a Voice Live 3. You know, it's kind of like a looper, guitar effects, and vocal effect processing all in one. And the main reason I bought it was they actually showed a diagram on how to hook it up into an interface and go through your DAW. And I'm like, now I'd buy anything. Just show me how to do the one thing I wanted to do, you know? Not all the 10,000 things I don't need it to do.
Yeah.
So now I just have to learn how to use it.
Yeah, and then just having the right chord, having to go back 5 times for chords, you know, the wrong one, you know.
Oh, I know.
Like a perfect example is, you know, like a guitar jack that you plug into your guitar cord, right?
Yeah.
It's got like a banana jack.
I do that, yeah.
It's got one ring on it.
Yep.
There's chords like this thing right here is you plug your headphones into it. So I can have 4 people plug into this. And this gets plugged into my mixing board in the phone jack. That way, if anybody comes over, I can have them have their own headphones and they can have their own volume adjustment. But I couldn't figure it out for the longest time. It needed a cord that has 2 rings on the...
Yeah, stereo to stereo.
Yeah.
So one ring is your mono.
Kind of a thing.
Yeah, so one ring's like your mono, like your guitar. You're just sending one signal, so you need one ring. That's a mono. And then if you have 2 signals, that's going to 2 separate channels.
It wouldn't
like
even
your headphones. That's
and
2
it wouldn't
rings.
even take it with one.
And then if there's 3 rings on it, that means that's a microphone. So like anything that you plug into your phone will have 3 rings on it because it'll have a microphone attached to it.
Yeah.
You know, and but doing the different ones.
Look at that man move.
You got to look and see. It'll say mono channel or stereo channel between some of them, and people that know what they're doing, you know, they can get the best, most crispest sound. I hear a lot of people talking about are you in stereo? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, can you
and then
hear me?
there's a thing called dual mono that is almost like stereo, but none.
Like I was doing a show one
mono
day.
Signal left and right, so.
Yeah, like I was doing a show one day, and Mr. Redmond, I believe, was out there, and he made a comment. He goes, "Man, I can only hear you through one of my headphones," and everybody else was like, "Oh, I can hear it." Well, he's listening to it in stereo, and that was bugging me. I'm like, "There's something wrong. There's something wrong." Everybody else was like, it's okay. You can hear you." But afterwards, I went and found it, and there was actually one of my stereo cables was just clicked out on my looper box, which was only sending half of the signal through. So, and I wouldn't have known that if somebody didn't say, "Hey, I can only hear you."
On one of G-May's fests, someone was supposed to go before me, and they were late or something, and he needed someone to come up. So I popped up, and you know, I didn't check, and my whole set was lefty or righty, or was split.
Oh man!
And was like, I've never listened to that one.
Yeah,
it happens.
And then also too, there's nothing worse than performing with your without having your echo cancellation.
Oh God, yeah.
Turned off. Oh my God.
And that's
you really don't hear your instrument, you know. And if you do, it's just kind of like, you know.
Ain't that the
and then
truth?
it doesn't even pick your vocals up that good.
And it's a good thing that there's people like, you know, you were kind of the first one out there that was like fixing people's audio and making sure, because you're right. If you get up there, like I said to that one kid that came on my show too, I says, you know, you could sing like a songbird. You could be the most beautiful singer in the world, but if you don't have the right buttons clicked or you don't have the right audio, everybody's going to just be annoyed at your sound, and you're going to get you're not doing justice for yourself. But for guys like G who runs his show, like you want to be like that, where you're adjusting people's sound and trying to get the best sound that you could possibly can out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's
Like
all about, man. It's all
So
about.
what you do is like, I guess some of the people is you got to have echo cancellation is on when they talk, right?
Well, the whole reason for that is because, look, when someone's performing, everyone's muted. Okay. You guys are all muted. So there's going to be nothing weird going on because when I have my echo cancellation off, I'm getting all the portals. So the computer just reads everything. I get it all. If one of you guys were to hit your thing, it'd kind of unmute while I was performing. It would make it fucked up. But what happens is as soon as I get done performing, all you guys on mute. So I have to turn my echo cancellation back on because now we're all sharing the portals. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. And that's
It's
kind of
all
what
sharing
makes it.
portals.
And that's what makes it when you have your echo cancellation on, the system's fighting the data that's coming through because it's trying to sort out what's background noise and what's meant to go through.
And the other
so you get that
people.
watery effect.
And it doesn't want to have to calculate the other people. So if all you guys are muted, it can't hear you. All it hears is me with my echo cancellation off. So now I get it all. Boom. I'm performing.
Yeah.
I
And
think
you guys turn on, and then if I forget to turn on my echo cancellation, I hear it reverberate through your speakers.
And now you
And
guys might know this. You guys are
That
a
comes
little bit
to if the microphone is the USB or is it in the mixer. If your microphone is it in mixer, you don't have to worry about echo cancellation.
Correct.
Only if you are with USB
You're not
microphone.
using your computer. You're using your computer for the headphone. You're not using your mixing board to send and receive, right? You're using the headphones from your computer. It's not getting sent back. So you don't have to use echo cancellation.
That's my setup. It goes direct into the interface and then out the computer speakers. So I'm hearing in real time what's going on.
Yeah, and that was kind of my question to you seasoned guys, especially when it comes to playing videos or like if somebody comes up and plays a track or something like that. I've noticed sometimes the track comes through like it's watery. And is that because they have their echo cancellation on and theirs is affecting the track they're playing or the video they're playing?
I honestly don't know what causes that. Dom and I've never had that issue.
It's gonna sound best if it's your show. Like through it gets, it's not gonna sound as good.
Oh, okay. So it's better for the host to play.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes
and maybe
sense.
that's why, because that's the only way we do it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I have seen other shows and they're playing people's videos and it's like the audio is like it has echo cancellation on. And
yeah. No, and I've heard that too. And honestly,
there are no
stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are no stereo. It's a mono cam tune.
Well, and I've been on some of those shows where the host was nice enough to play one of my tracks, and that was very nice. But I'm listening to it going, shit, I almost wish they hadn't because it sounded so crappy.
It's not representing.
It was, wrong.
See, I don't know anything about that because I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what causes it.
I use wide stereo picture when I do my stuff, and all the effects and such. And Metalhead Hippie, for example, was back in the day a mono when it plays your stuff, and my stuff sounds horrible.
Right, yeah.
Because it's meant to be like wide.
Yeah, I remember
picture,
people
and
used
came
to
through
make
the one to know. Yeah, man.
Back in the day, like people would make Hippie a stereo mix. I mean, a mono mix just to play it on the show because a stereo mix would sound like crap.
Yeah.
I never got that.
Yeah, and that's going to hinder you a bit, because people really, if you sit there and said, I spent 100 hours editing this video and making the sound right, and then the first time a bunch of people hear it, it sounds like it's underwater or it's going, in and out, it's like, oh, now they think I did that, or they think that's in the mix.
And that's an extreme. It's only happened sometimes, but and I don't know, it might have been their, I don't know if they weren't using StreamYard or using one of the other ones. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Why, or they had a little bit of a feedback loop in there somehow that they weren't aware of, possibly.
It happens through hiccups all the time, especially through these browser streamers like StreamYards. It's not perfect.
Yeah.
That's why it really kind of tears me. It's like, if I'm going to do my own show, I'm going to stream through OBS and OBS alone. If you're bringing guests on, you need a browser like this to do it.
Yeah.
Like I said, if I was doing like the Dom and Chris show, like the happy hour they do on Thursdays, at 10 o'clock every Thursdays, if one of them just learned how to use OBS really well, you could use Video Ninja and you could do it for free. But doing multiple guests, it's easier on here, of course. But yeah, the prices are getting a little wild now. If people didn't see. So make sure you're giving some love to these people who are rocking shows like Chris Lane Sr. and Dom on Thursday nights. G-May, who runs his open mic. There's some cost to that, so make sure you're checking them out and hooking them up. It's over midnight right now. We got a lot of show left, and I'm wondering if we could get some tunes out of you guys. I was wondering, maybe G-May, do you got some key tickling you could do for us?
Yeah, I got some shit. We got some shit we can do.
Yeah.
I'll go after someone else will figure out. I got to figure out what I'm going to play. I have no idea what should I play.
Well, it sounds like
original.
Sounds like Dom's trying to get out of here, so maybe we can kind of push him to do a tune. That'd be down for that.
I do have to go to bed, so I was gonna try to bow out while G-May was
Midnight.
playing.
Yes, hey, we got you.
Midnight Rambler.
Mud on me. All right, I know I have to think of what to play. All right, so I'll play something, all right? Check. All right. All right, I'm going to play this because the capo's here. This is a song about growing up and looking back. It's called Fish Out of Water. Sunday was family time, so we drove the miles to visit my uncle who lost his leg in the war. Dad took me to a pool hall, cigarette smoke and a game of pinball. All that remains are his nicotine stains. Do you remember all the kids played in the park? No one went home, the street lights turned on before dark. Trying to breathe, cannot break free of those lessons learned or lost on me. And I'm happy days they are done. I just wanna go home, back to where my roots were sown a long time ago. Do you remember all the kids played in the park? No one went home till the street lights turned on before dark. Trying to breathe, can I break free of those lessons learned or lost on me? And I'm hanging from a line like a fish out of water. And I'm hanging on this line like a fish out of water.
Man, Dom, you rocked it again. Could we squeeze another one out of you? Could we do it before you go? Could we get you? Could would you just
twist his arm?
Can I?
Yeah. This is one of those bullshit songs that overused the
Down the road,
expression.
down the dusty
down
road.
the road. I wrote this song for my wife when I asked her to marry me. This is called Lighthouse. Spent so many nights out on the road, and each town looks like the other. I've met so many people out on the road, but every face was a stranger. Good night, my love. I know you are sleeping. I'll be with you soon. And I find any road that takes me back home to the arms of my angel. The arms of an angel will teach me to fly back to the place that I long to be. Arms of the angel will help me to see this road unwinding in front of me. Arms of the angel will guide my way home, home. Like a lighthouse cuts through the storm. It's where I feel free. It's where I belong.
every night it just keeps getting cold when I'm not sleeping beside you. Drive through the night until we are together. I'll be with you soon. I find any road that takes me back home to the arms of my angel. Arms of the angel will teach me to fly back to a place that I long to be. Arms of the angel will help me to see this road unwinding in front of me. Arms of the angel will guide my way home like a lighthouse cuts through a storm. I swear I feel free, and that's where I belong. There you go.
There he is, the Dom Father, always bringing it to us.
Yeah, good
And
stuff.
always writing some amazing stuff. And
yeah.
so you got any new music you are writing on there, Dom Father? You got something?
Yeah, I
anything
have,
new you got something you can tease us
I have
with?
I always have new stuff working on, but no, none that I'm gonna tease you with.
Because we got to get
Yeah,
you
I
in
have,
there for. We got to get you rocking for the jammy for next year, and you got to get that new song out there. What's he need to do, G-May, to
I'm
get
always
that jammy?
rocking. I'm always rocking. You just ain't always hear it,
Music video.
He's got to do a music
yeah,
video.
I don't know if I'm gonna do any more music videos.
Now,
It really wasn't my thing.
I thought I was going to
didn't
edit one for you. I thought you were going to get
Oh
me.
well, other people could make them, sure. That's actually when it all started going wrong for me. I don't enjoy it, and then I felt like I was doing it because I had to do it, and I'm really not good with doing things that I have to do.
I exactly know how dumb feeling am I.
But the ones we did
Exactly.
get are absolutely phenomenal. So I'm glad that we did
Thank
get
you.
what we do have, because a lot of people don't know. They see you just rocking away on your acoustic guitar, but Dom is actually an amazing electric guitar player, and you can go see his videos. His videos are amazing. He's got some amazing collaborations with people out there. Some of them with this guy right down here, Mr. Chris Lane Sr., and they put out some amazing tunes. I play them frequently, so make sure you're heading over there and checking out those songs that he's talking about, those music videos.
I can always tell too, because whenever you do your Wednesday, and I get my little week report, I'm like, what was that playing this week? 'Cause
Somebody
you can
played
always
one
see,
of my things. Yeah, that's one of
It's
the
always-
benefits of getting to that point where you see who's playing your stuff. Yes.
Folks, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
All right, Don.
Cool
Thanks
show.
Good night,
Acts.
Dom.
I'll see you in a couple
Everybody,
days.
good seeing you. Yeah, I will see you Thursday, Chris. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow, though, but we'll see. If I do, I will just pop up. Good night, everybody.
All right, he's going to keep us
See ya.
hanging and in the mix and on the edge of our seats to see what happens on for tomorrow.
Want me, babe, you just keep me hanging on. That's what Dom's doing.
on. And yeah, if you do miss out on Dom tomorrow, you can check out those two guys right there, Dom and Chris Lane Sr., as they do their happy hour every Thursday, 10 p.m. And they've been doing that pretty solid, and they're getting a pretty good crowd going over there. So make sure you're checking that out. Who's up next? Somebody want Jimmy, are you ready to tinkle some keys for us, or?
Yeah, we're playing originals and stuff, and talking about songwriting, and It's funny because when we talked about, I can make stuff in my little home studio, but that's what I make, and then I take it into an, like someone that knows how to manipulate the stuff a lot better than me. So that's kind of what I have here. I have a tune called When. All right. I'll try to play it. You can hear that?
You're a little bit crackly. You're a little bit.
Crackling?
Yep.
Yeah. It goes like
Is that better? Still crackling?
Little bit of smidge.
I think it's in low frequencies.
Hear that? Still crackly?
Could come down a bit more.
Yeah, it's when you get after things like
Is that better?
Getting there.
Am I still crackling?
No, you're pretty good now.
Sounds good, man.
Is it loud enough?
It's good.
right.
Yeah, very cool tune you made.
A tune called When. When.
And that's something new you got working on that.
Yeah, that's going to be on my new album next year. But I only have a sample of it on my channel. It's called When. You can check it out. That's just kind of like a homemade version. I'll take that into the studio and put all the bells and whistles on it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
cool.
I'm excited about that's going to be one of the songs on the new CD, but it won't be one of the 5 new rock videos that I put out. I already have those pretty much set in stone.
Very cool.
2 April Dawn videos that we're doing together.
Yeah. What's the deal with April Dawn? Now, is she's a separate recording artist on her own? She's a single artist, right?
She has put out 4 or 5 albums. She's sat in with a lot of really cool people. She's just independent. She's got a really killer producer. He used to be in some really cool bands. He's a really good producer. Everybody uses him. She's just the queen of the Pacific, man. She's got some friends that are in real tight with the farmers market all up and down the coast of California, Oregon, Washington. So she plays like 15 farmers markets a month. That's how she makes her money.
Oh, wow.
They give her like $150. She can put her table out, put her CDs out and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she does. She just runs around doing that. And then she probably has like about, I don't know, at least maybe 20 club owners. Because you got to remember, man, I played 30 years live. That's what I did, man. I was a Cessna's bass player. If I can just come sit in with you, you know.
That's the dream, you know. If she can go to like farmers markets, and you know, that's the dream of a musician.
Yeah, and then she has the club owners and give her
making a living off of what you do.
Yeah, so she spends her time doing that, and then she had a boat in Hawaii. She lived real inexpensive, like luxury. She had a boat and let her friend let her keep it there, so she didn't have to pay anything except for whatever boat docking fees were. You know,
everybody's got that dream of living on a houseboat just docked. You know,
well, and it was in Lahaina, and last year that Lahaina fire burned her boat down.
Oh no,
that sucks.
She's got a video too. It's pretty cool on her channel where they went from Hawaii to Washington on a little fucking boat. I used the footage. I used some of the footage in her video.
Wow.
It's fucking crazy, man. I could never do something like that. Fuck no.
Wow.
You're not gonna get me on a little sailboat with a motor.
No.
You go across the Pacific fucking Ocean, man.
I don't do water.
That's not gonna happen.
I don't go swimming. I don't swim. I am literally a gorilla. I don't stay out. I don't go in water. I have nothing to do with it. I on a boat, whatever. I've been on boats. Don't like it. The worst feeling in the world is being in a kayak in the water and be like, no, don't move. And if you move, you're like this. It's like this isn't comfortable for me. So I try to stay on the land. Even ice fishing, I never understood that. And I'm like, you're freezing your butt off over 6-inch of ice and then 20 meters of freezing death to catch a little fish. I'm like, no, thank you. I will stay home. I will be warm. I will go to the grocery store and get my my tuna
put yourself
can.
in that position. You know what I mean?
Like, some people love it and it's for you. That's great. But for me, I'm like, no. I'll be at home with a spoon eating out of a can of tuna, going, this is good. This is fine. I'm fine with that. People got their hobbies though. Yeah. And this guy here would know, Chris Lane Sr., he'd know all about hobbies because he is in the hobby business.
Yep, that's what I do for a living.
Yeah, you're a train guy. Now, are you a train guy or do you just work for the train guys?
No, I've always been a train guy. I mean, that's how I got into the business.
Okay, so do you have your own train set?
Not at the moment. I've had many over the years, and kind of what pushed me out of it is I wrote a book for Bachman Industries using their track, and I built them 8 layouts, and so just kind of got burned on it. So I don't have one currently, planning a new one, but it'll be small. It's basically going to be an operating diorama, and it's not going to be. It'll be 2 foot, 4 foot by 10 foot, maybe.
Oh,
so
okay,
small.
so that's pretty reasonable.
But I love building scenery, and I love some of the little detail parts, and that's kind of my thing. But
I've seen some amazing train sets. One of my best friends, his dad was a train guy, and we went down to the basement. Everything you had to duck underneath things and get underneath it was just it was magnificent. And then he seen the light on, and he would yell at us, "Get out of there!" And then we had to book it. But yeah, no, like people that are into the trains, like it's a big thing. And it's not a cheap man's sport. I looked into it once, and I started pricing tracks and stuff out, and then you start looking into locomotives and the engine parts, and you're like, wow, just to get into this, it's a serious business.
It's like any other hobby. You can spend as much as you want. You can do it on the cheap, and many people do. But if you want to spend a whole lot of money, you can do that too.
And the thing is when you end up doing it on the cheap and you do like it, you're going to end up having to spend it because you just won't stop.
Well, that'll be your hobby. I mean, guys that collect cars.
And see, I fanboyed out a little bit when you told me that you wrote the magazine that was in the Trailer Park Boys episode.
Yep.
This is true, right? You wrote
Yes.
there's an episode of Trailer Park Boys where Sebastian Bach's in it. There's a whole train episode where they go to Moncton, I believe, or Maine. They go to Maine to this train conference and to meet Sebastian Bach and to see the trains and stuff like that. Bubbles wanted to see the trains. And there's an actual magazine that he had to get him to sign. And
Right.
that was your magazine?
That was the magazine that I worked for at that time, yes.
That's crazy. That's really cool. That's cool. I think that's one of the coolest stories I've ever heard.
Hey, the 3 degrees of separation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Lane Sr., do you got a song that you want to bring to us? You got something?
I'm going to check and see if this works. Now, I went into StreamYard Special to see. I can't play live tonight because our bedroom is literally above my office and my wife is in bed because she gets up at 5 in the morning to go to work.
Gotcha.
Weekends, I can make all the noise I want. But I want to see. I'm going to play this real quick, and it's routed out, so you should be able to hear it. Let me know if you can. I'm just going to play like a bar or two. Is that coming through?
No.
Ah, shit. Okay, so you're getting my voice, but not the bummer. Yeah, that, all right, let me, let me think for a second. Anything?
No, not hearing anything.
Okay, this is.
Is there something that I need to share? Do I need to share?
No, I don't think so. No, I mean I'm in my DAW and I'm talking through
Okay.
my DAW and everything, and I've got other tracks in the background. I don't know why they're not playing. Why you can hear my voice but you can't hear the other tracks. That's so goofy. Well, see, I wasn't sure this was going to work, and it's
that's
not.
okay. Did you want me
Because I
to
was
play
going
one?
to share my new song.
That would have been so cool, man.
It wouldn't have. It would have been awesome, but
Yeah. Oh, that's too
doggone it.
bad.
I don't know
Well,
why that doesn't work.
Do you want me to pick one, and can I play one of your tunes and just play? Is that
Yeah,
cool?
we absolutely can. Let me try one more thing
Sure.
here, and let's just see if this does something. So, getting any music at all?
No, not.
Okay, well, this is clearly not going to work, so damn it. I don't know why, but I'm sure there's a way to do it, and I thought by going through the lander like we do for live, it would work, but it's not, and okay.
Well, I guess.
Well, I gave it the old college try.
That's it. We tried. Oh, well, I guess that just builds the anticipation for everybody to wait till he gets it done and put it
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
I guess that's what we got to wait for, and that's all right. That's what.
Yeah, I was looking to give everybody a tease and kind of talk about the process, and yeah, if you can't hear the music, it's not going to work.
What are
very
you
well.
going to do? Well, let me play something else for every one of you. A I'm going to play one of my favorite songs of Chris Lane Sr. It's called Night Stalker. And this is an amazing, amazing video, amazing tune. And I hope you guys are ready for this. It's going to be really cool. Make sure you're checking this out.
Lock your windows, bolt your doors. You'll be mine forevermore. From in the night, give you a fright. It's only me, Night Stalker. I smell the fear, you know I'm near. I'll be your Night Stalker. You can try run from me, but you'll be mine for eternity. Blow you close and I breathe you in. Close your eyes as I taste you again. Blood drains from your veins, yet you feel so alive. I rule the night, give up the fight. Open for me, Night Stalker. I never die, and you know why. This is my power. Coming, I'm coming. You can try to run from me, but you'll be mine for eternity. I rule the night, give up the fight. Open for me, Night Stalker. I never die, and you know why. This is my power.
There it is. Night Stalker.
Yeah, I did that a couple years ago with. Oh, hold on. I was trying something. All right, now you can hear me. I was trying something in the background there. See if I couldn't get that one track to play. I did that a couple years ago, and there was a number of people in the community where they had music and everything, and they were looking for people to either sing or write lyrics or both. And so I teamed up with that is Moot Tunes he's in the New York area, and I did a couple with him, and that's one I did. I wrote all the lyrics and just did the vocals, and it's kind of fun when you're kind of self-contained like I am to work with other people and just do parts. So I love to sing, obviously, and so it was fun for me to do the vocals on that one in a little different style than I would maybe necessarily do, but
Yeah, for sure. It looks like you're having fun with the part. That's for sure. But you got your own stuff that you got. You're writing songs all the time. Like you're always on beat. And you seem to be a good seasonal guy. You got something going on for every holiday, every season, every something that's going
Yeah, I'm
on.
goofy like that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like
and
seasonal stuff.
yeah, that's really cool. Like, you hear those the St. Patrick songs, the drinking songs, or the Christmas songs, or anything like that you got going on. Those are really cool. They're just well written and well put together. Like they're almost like your St. Patrick song. That should be a song that should be shared and people singing it. Like, and maybe one day, that's the thing, is you don't know. That's why I keep saying to people, you don't know. Somebody might hear that song, and all of a sudden you're like, what? There's people covering my song? What's going on? You just don't know.
You never know. But it is interesting. Like Wiggs was on a stream here recently. I think it was on Hippie Show, and the song that I play, Faded, occasionally live, and he's like, well, this is nothing like you play it live. And I said, no, it's a studio version. It's full instrumentation. My live version of my songs are the stripped down acoustic versions of those. And Kurt mentioned Scars in the chat, and I play Scars acoustically fairly frequently, but the studio version is much heavier, much broader, just different take on it.
Right. And you got quite a bit of songs. Like I'm looking at one right now, "Lying Tongue." Can you tell me about that one?
Well, now see, that's another one that I did with Moot, and he and I collaborated on the lyrics of that one. But he did all the music and everything, and so I was the vocalist and the lyricist on that one.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, I've got my channel set up in such a way that I've got all my originals in one playlist, and all my collaborations in another playlist, and all my covers in another playlist.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's good that you have these, especially because you've collaborated with a lot of people. From Hugh Caldwell again. Well, he's collaborated with everybody.
Yeah, a lot with you.
You've done some stuff with Laurie's Mishmash too, I believe, haven't you?
I have. Obviously done a bunch with Dom. And yeah, Hugh and I are kind of a mix because we've done both. He's played on some of my originals, and also we've done covers together.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah.
Heretofore, Dom and I have only played on one another's originals.
Wow.
But we're supposed to cover White Christmas. We'll see.
Yeah, we got all the Christmas stuff coming up now. I guess everybody's kind of getting in their Christmas mode.
Yeah.
Thinking what they're doing for Christmas. And people, yeah, you do get in that mode because you gotta. That's the shift that everybody gets into, and I know G-May, he's got his Christmas thing he's got coming up, where people are going to come and do a show and sing some Christmas songs. Everybody gets 3 songs, come up and sing some tunes, which would be kind of cool. But here's the kicker. I get Christmas Day. Christmas Day falls on a Wednesday this year.
Look at that,
so guess
folks.
what? I will be right here doing Christmas songs Wednesday night. I'll probably open it up. I'll open the panel up. We'll have whoever's ever out there Christmas at midnight and wants to come party. We'll be here. We're doing the Christmas show. That'll be fun.
I'll probably be watching. I will be up in the mountains drinking with my family.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Up in the mountains.
Yeah, we've rented a house, and all the lanes are going up there to spend Christmas. So,
super cool.
yeah, I have both my boys and my crazy sister-in-law, and it's going to be fun.
That'll be amazing. Christmas time, yeah. So G-May, when is your? It's got to be 22nd, or no? It's got to be. When's your Christmas show, G? You're muted, bud.
I think it's the 21st. It's just the Saturday before Christmas is like on a Thursday or something.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so it's
Wednesday.
the weekend before the Wednesday.
And so you're pretty full up for the Christmas special. How many? You had a bunch of slots ready to go. I think that'll be kind of a cool little Christmas fest.
Basically, what's happening is we got a list. You guys are on the list. making some overlays, and it's just going to be cheesy. You just come up and you play a little 3-song. It'd be like a little mini concert. You just come up, play a 3-song melody, up with the overlay over you. But the only difference is once you play, you stay up on the panel.
Oh, okay.
And then I play a couple videos here and there. It's just rated PG, Christmas songs. It's going to be fun to see Frank Treza's 3-song melody.
Oh, cool. Frank's coming up. Who do you got so far coming up?
Frank, I got the list on my StreamYard.
So it's probably like Chris, me, Dom's probably going to come up.
Usual suspects, yeah.
The
Chris,
usual suspects.
And you and Emp.
Or unusual suspects.
Ooh, it'd be nice, yeah. Get some
Kimchi made Christmas special.
Yeah.
I gotta get off.
I can see Mr. Smith up there with a face mask and a Santa's hat doing something.
I want to make a little intro, hopefully, to it. It's just...
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It'd be cool. We'll have the overlays. And then afterwards, if we're full, we're full. But if we're not, we can start letting people come up from the audience. We can party a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you have some fun. But if you're full, then you're...
Dinner was full.
If you're full, you're full.
Yeah, when the shitter's full, that's no good.
You're full. So that's going to be cool. I can't wait for that.
It's going to be fun.
That is going to be fun. Everybody's going to be thinking about what Christmas songs they're going to be doing. One thing I can't stand is those radio stations that go like 24-hour Christmas songs. That drives me nuts.
Right.
Oh, there's one here that started at the day after Thanksgiving and they go through New Year's.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too much.
I like Christmas music, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's too much. That's
just me.
That's too much.
All right, I want to try one more thing, Ax. Because I'm a stubborn guy. Let's see if this actually works. I'm going to try something here.
No, don't hear anything.
All right.
Nothing.
Well, I'm stubborn, but apparently not.
Well, we did our best. We tried our best, and like I said,
I don't know why it makes no sense that doesn't work because it's coming through, it's sending to the master bus and everything.
That's it, and it's only teasing people for when you actually release it. So,
well, now the buildup is such.
Yeah. So what are you going to do?
Be amazing, Lane.
There's only one thing you can do. You just gotta.
All right.
You just gotta play some Chris Lane Sr. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm caught up in the middle, and I'm left out in the end. Yeah, I'm trapped inside this riddle, so should I just pretend? Well, I know those blues will find me, they're knocking at my door. Things don't seem so simple, and I don't want this anymore. I know. Oh, yesterday you had me there. Let me walk, turn me loose, life's unfair. Take it down and throw me on the ground. You're cold and dead inside. Oh, baby, you make me cry. But no more tears of desperation. Because I'm bleeding. Yeah, I'm bleeding. And I'm leaving. 'Cause I can't take your be alright. And I won't be back again, no bleeding. And I'm leaving. 'Cause I can't take your lying tongue. 'Cause I can't take your lying tongue. No, I can't take your lying tongue no more. I can't take your lying tongue no more.
I was rocking.
Yeah, that's a fun thing, and that that I did all the chorus and that right because I'm a hook guy. It just should have a hook. Now, when you work with other people, though, I wouldn't have mixed it that way. I would have mixed the vocals differently than he did, but
When did you put it out?
Oh, that one that was about 18 months ago, something like that. 18 months, 2 years ago, something like that.
Oh, 2 years ago. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 18 months. That one's been around for a little while. Yeah, maybe it was only a year
2 years,
ago.
yeah. 2 years ago, it says, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Not.
Yeah, it was absolutely hot. That was a great track, man, and even great video. And what's that one sitting at? 146 views. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. That's an amazing track, and that's what I mean is like that one's coming home with me. I'm hitting I'm taking that one home with me. That's going in my list. I'm saving that one, so I hit the save button, and it goes into my new songs list. So that way, when I'm doing my solo shows, these are the songs that are my favorites now, and I play them. And that one's definitely coming home with me. Great tune, and like I said, sharing this out. I love sharing this out, and I really want to build, that's what I want to build, a show, not people to come and look at me, but able to show people's music out and get that out there and get people to where they ought to be. Let's hit that link out for Chris Lane Sr. We got to get this guy shared out.
Cuts the bread.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to share it out. You got to love it out. And let's get Chris Lane Sr. up there. He's clearly a guy that should be, have thousands of subscribers, and we just got to get him there. He already has them. He just doesn't know it yet.
They're missing.
So we're going to get him there and share it out. And like I said, you guys got this show going on Thursday nights, which is just building. And Thursdays is a hard night to dominate. It's a busy night, and you guys are building a crowd and doing your thing. And it's good to see. Like, I'm always watching. I'm always in the background on Thursday
We're the
nights.
palate cleanser of Thursday night.
Yeah,
there's a lot of music things, and we're more a talk show, and just kind of discuss things and just a place to hang and, get a couple laughs. Because Dom and I don't take a lot of things seriously. So we just chat our way through whatever's going on in our lives and what's going on. We interact with the chat tremendously, and so we see what's up with them, and we go back and forth with them, and that's just kind of a fun
Interaction.
thing to do. Yeah, fun interaction and just something a little different from another music show where people are playing videos and anything. Those shows are great.
Like this, X.
What's that?
Another music show, just like this one. I'm just kidding.
No.
Well, that's why I like. That's why exactly.
The video kind of shows.
No, it's an inspiration because that's why I'm doing this. Is like you can see, like generally I would be here at this moment, have been played almost 3 hours of music by myself, just kept going, and you do need to take a break from that, and I'm taking a break from that, which has been really cool. We've had a really amazing show. We've had some amazing people up here. And again, recharge your batteries. There's no pressure on anybody. Anybody can play a tune. Anybody can do anything they want. That's what I love about these shows right here, where we can just kind of be relaxed a little bit, and there's no pressure to be like, okay, I gotta pound out 25 songs, and then pick somebody's video to play.
Yeah, that would be tough. I couldn't do that.
No way.
I don't think I could do a show where it was just me playing.
Well, I've been watching you now for basically 2 years, and I'm like, this guy's a friggin' machine. How the hell does he do this twice a week, every I mean, nothing but respect, man. It's amazing.
It's like I said, getting to the show is hard. Once you hit the live button and you start going, man, you have a blast. You do, and time flies quicker than you think.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've thought about shortening the show. It's like I don't have to go 4 hours. I can do a 2 hour. I can do a 3 hour. But it's never enough once I hit the live button and once I get going and new people start showing up at like 2 a.m. and the party starts going again.
Yeah.
We get some amazing people that just start rocking out there. So the show goes and I'm like, and even sometimes I hit 3 a.m. and I go even further because you're just having that much fun. And time flies when you are having fun. It's the Wednesday when it would kept coming. It's like then it gets harder to get that live, but it's always the same result. At the end of the day, you're like, you had a blast. But everybody, you do need that break. You need to decompose. You need to decompress, I should say, and and this is a great thing because we can have an open panel, open discussion. We can talk shop. Talk about all these cool
actually
things.
Same thing in releasing videos because I released video once in a week for a very long time, but now I release about once a month, once not 2-3 weeks because man, you get fed up for it very quickly if you burn yourself down.
A pattern instead of an enjoyment. Yeah, I noticed that you were pumping out tunes like you were waking up in the morning and be like, bam, here it is. And it's and it's true because even as a listener, you can kind of fall back and be like, oh, I missed his tune that he released yesterday. But I'll catch his next week one. So doing too much can actually be too much. You want to keep some people in suspense and give it the right doses.
Too much. You took too much.
Yeah,
How much is too much?
Yeah, just enough to keep people, like, it's especially some people don't know, but there is a rhythm that of releasing things. They say you should never release a bunch of stuff in one line because you got to realize when you release your videos, if you release 4 videos all at once, you are filling every subscriber's FYP or their subscription a whole line of videos, and they're gonna choose which one they watch, and they're not gonna watch them all generally. And that's statistically.
Check 1, 2.
And if you end up like maybe you could tick people off by filling their page up with too many videos and end up losing people that way too. So,
I just figured it out, Axe.
You got it?
I'm a moron. I'm a complete dumbass. I was actually going through a different microphone. I thought I was going through my DAW, but I wasn't. And I just checked it. What a dummy.
Now look at
Just
everybody that's
here.
stuck around. You might be able to get me. Oh!
What a fucking moron.
Very good.
It's the simplest things that screw you technically, right?
We've done it.
Well, now it's like, yeah, why bother?
Now you're like, nah, but I'm not doing it. Hit us with it. What do you got?
Okay, so I will, and I'll share my screen just so people can see the DAW, I think. Let's just see if I can. And maybe the lyrics on the side and everything. Let's see if this will work. Dun, 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 dun. Window. Share. All right. You guys seeing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't show it very big. But this is a new song I'm working on, and it's called Say Goodbye. And, for this one, I walk around with yellow stickies and just a notepad, and if I get lyrical ideas, I just jot them down, and they just formulate. And then I'll play a chord sequence, and I'll go, these lyrics fit with these chords. And people won't be able to read it on the side because it's probably too fuzzy. But the lyrics are all written. I haven't done the vocal tracks yet, but I'll go ahead and play this track real quick. And there's no lead guitar or anything on it, but it's rounding up. is work in progress.
Yeah, I like that, man.
Sound like cheese, I believe.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
just in the raw.
Dimebag says little bass heavy. You got to understand, Dime, I'm a bass player, so it's always too loud in the early mixes.
And it's
'Cause
just
I
in
like-
the raw. It's just in the raw. Like once you hit
You
that
have to
seal
cut
the
that
deal.
boombox feel.
Yeah, once I get everything in, it's like, I'll pull the bass down a little bit.
And you're not hearing it as a sealed deal because once you hit finalize, it finalizes it and it brings it together.
Yeah.
You're hearing each track individually playing together, so it does come out. A
Yeah,
little bit
not
at
mastered,
bottom
not
end.
nothing.
Yeah, so like that is as raw.
So
as
yeah,
it
you
gets.
guys are getting pretty raw. I mean, those are. Well, I think I've gotten through and I think I've replaced all the scratch tracks. So those are mostly final tracks. The guitar line is a kind of a melody, and that was for the vocals. Some of that will get deleted too.
And are you using GarageBand? Is that are you?
Yeah,
a Mac
I'm a
guy?
GarageBand guy.
Oh, I love that, man. I miss it so much. Like I stopped writing music when I lost GarageBand. I loved like that's the only thing I could write music on. It was so easy. It was so simple.
And that's exactly right.
I could pick a drummer, and the drummer had a name. Jason, he was a heavy metal guy. He could come in. It was that simple and that easy. And people laugh at it because I can't stand these. Everybody wants to make a free one, but when they do it, they want to make it look so professional that you need to take a weekend course to do it. GarageBand, I love it because when you were inspired, I could sit down, turn it
That's
on, boom.
exactly
and
it.
I could nail my inspiration down because I'm not a patient man. And so I want to do it right away. And when I get inspired to make music and I open up Bandcamp or whatever it is, or this, even any of these, I'm like, by the time I get anything going, I'm like, I'm done.
I have Logic and I have Reaper, but if I'm writing, I'm going to do it in GarageBand because you see, I've got the lyrics right off to the side there. I put them in the notes, and so it's right in front of me as I work on the vocals. It's in my opinion, the best DAW for songwriting.
One thing I hate about DAWs is the mixing.
Yeah.
Oh man, fuck.
Well, that's the thing. Is I just want to take somebody. I want to ask somebody serious. Some of these people who do just like GarageBand stuff, because I love GarageBand. I really do. I want to be like, where's Jade Star? I want to grab her and just give her a shake and be like, hey, when is it coming out on PC? Pete Jones, give him a shake. Hey, man, find out. Can you do something that I? It's can
never going to happen
on my PC, please,
Yeah.
please, pretty please. You know, with a cherry on top.
The new Mac Minis are so cheap.
Aren't they now?
Just go get one of those, bro, and then just have it as your. I'm writing songs. I'm recording music on this machine.
I've been really thinking about because for these mini computers even that are coming out, man, a Mac Mini, you can get them for like $500-600.
Yep.
And even like PC minis, you can get decent ones for $200-300 now. Like, and they're just little tiny little squares like this big.
But it'll come. It comes with GarageBand. It comes with everything you need to rock and roll right out of the box.
I miss it so much. I do. The beats, the simplicity of it.
By the way, there is a GarageBand for the Windows too.
Are you going to say Bandcamp or band something?
No, GarageBand.
No,
PC.
GarageBand is Mac only. You cannot run it on a PC.
I've heard people hacking it and making it work, but
that's beyond me, bro.
Yeah, I just want to be able to be like here. You know, it's kind of like you know, just give me what I need. Give me what I need, baby. Come on.
I put the link on the wait a second.
But that's what we need. I don't know. Hey, Amp, are you able to shake us up? Can you give us a shake tonight?
Yeah, so.
Can you shake me up? Shake me up.
All night long.
Shake me up. What do you got? Look at this. What's he got now?
Actually,
Where
I don't
does he
know
get
because
these
I just
wonderful
picked it up.
toys?
So.
Yes. This is what we all need right here, folks.
Something's not right. So I got to push little buttons.
Push those buttons.
Yeah. All right, sounds way better.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good
that's right.
sound. Like you say, he's got the coolest toys.
Gotta tune this motherfucker down.
And
not-
what's your most prized keyboard you got there? If there's one you're like, I gotta have, which keyboard is it?
They are all pretty cheap. There are no expensive keyboards.
No,
on
but
my
which one
setup.
would the one you like the most? The one you would, if you were to take one and you could only grab one, which one would you grab?
Oh, man. I think it's this Roland JD XI.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Because
good
it
choice.
have everything. It have sequencer, it have drum sound, synth sound, bass sounds, everything.
Absolutely.
So basically I would need just that.
And I think that's the idea of having multiple keyboards. Like it's not about, like, every keyboard can do what the other keyboard can do. It's about having what you need on the fly. Like, so I have
Here
this
is
one set
the
up.
DeepMind 6 from Behringer. It's also very good. I love this
So do
one.
you have them set up as separate sounds for each one on the fly?
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
right?
I have roles
Yeah.
for the keyboards. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I do. So my top one is my bass. So I have this one as my drums and my bass, And this bottom one, I got this keyboard from a thrift store for $12, and it's in like a 1989. What is it? Kawaii or whatever it is, but it's got it's got 80 sounds, which is really cool. So I kind of have this set up as my strings for another overlay, and then over here, like I can do like brass or trumpets on my little one that I have set up here.
One thing is cool about the hardware synths besides of virtual instruments, because I choose one sound I like, and I play almost only that, because I can't. It kills your every inspiration to start browsing all the fucking presets and stuff. It's
yes, yes.
Okay, I get that.
This
I get
is
what you're
one
saying.
I always use with this piece here. Is this sound, because it's the best I get. I made that sound myself, by the way.
Wow,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, no, like I get that. Like, yeah, you gotta just like, and that's what I get kind of bored with my sound every once in a while, and I do change it up. But yeah, you gotta just like have one sound. This sound. I use like a fretless bass with a little bit of strings that I add down here, and then I usually use this one down here for brass. So like I'll add trumpets or something, or a little like glossy tone, like a little ahs, and and it kind of brings your mix together. And you got it, because if you do, you're right. If you go outside, there is thousands and thousands of sounds you could go through, and you'll never be satisfied. You won't.
It's endless things.
It's kind of like when you get a new guitar pedal and it's got a bunch of different settings on it. That's the worst. I've never been tortured before in my life than sitting with like a VTech pedal and just all the different sounds, and there's like 1,000 of them, and it's like I can't stop. I know they're all crap, but I can't stop until I've heard them all.
So, hey, I got a question. So when you have a looper, that means you can keep adding loops to it and building on it. So what do you plug everything into, like the mixing board, and then you plug that into the looper?
Yeah, so that's why I was kind of excited when I got this new upgraded looper, because I seen some of the chatting out there, Mr. Smith and them, they were talking about bits and different bit rates. And this new looper that I have, it's kind of the top bit you can get. So it's 32-bit output. And what that does...
I use this one here.
Is it 32-bit?
It's this 505 RC. It's basically the same that Acts have, but it's the table version.
Yeah, that's the one I was telling you about, G, the other night.
And I don't know about that pedal, but this one I have 6 channels. 5 channels, and I can control volumes and I can control the panic, so I basically can make the whole mix straight from to there.
Yeah, that's the best way to go. Like if you can manage one of those, like that is really cool.
Yeah. Actually,
for like me, like
that looper is the device I store my. If I want to store something, I store it straight to the looper, and then I just hit the play.
Yeah, if
you
got something else,
your mixing board.
Yeah, it's just like a mixing board. It's a tabletop one, and it works great. For me, because I'm a guitar player, I have to start with hitting like you can't get the timing.
Right, you gotta have a foot version.
It has to be a foot switch. And,
right.
Even with that one there, I'm sure you can connect a foot switch to it, a generic foot switch. But mine is just a simple 2-channel. It's 1 channel, 2 channel.
Okay. So I got you. So the channels allow you to make one rhythm progression and build on it, and then make a second rhythm progression and build on it, so you can switch from chorus to verse, right?
Yeah, and on mine you can actually. The really cool thing about the one I have is you can set each channel up to do whatever you can program every button to do whatever you want it to do. So you can have it set up so the 1 channel records, and then the 2nd channel it records as well. or you can change it so it's verse, chorus, or you can set it up
You
any
just
way
switch
you want.
each one as you're jamming, like you're jamming to the
Yes.
one loop that you built for the verse, and you're like, okay, shit, I need the chorus progression. So you just click on the thing, the other channel.
Yeah, so like that's what I do. I have mine is set up generically, so it's verse chorus. And what I do have set up, because I can't get my toe fade back. So everybody gets the in toe depth of what's happening. You're all a shoe in for this. I'm giving you in toe secrets right now.
Intel, right here.
My original toe fader, was this guy right here, and
Yeah.
I would just use my big monkey toe to turn this down and fade out the volume. It was so simple. It was really cool. This one here doesn't quite have that, but what I was able to do is, so on my verse pedal, is whenever I hit it to close it out, I'm able to set it up so it fades out. So it automatically fades out. So if I'm whatever I know I'm closing out, if I want to.
Oh, and then that'll get you into the verse. It fades out, and then you're there with the guitar.
Yeah, so like if I've got if I got a verse and a chorus, and I can put one on, so I think, okay, what am I going to close out with? I'm going to close out with like if I'm playing like Superstition, right? I'm going to put my verse on the second channel that doesn't fade out,
and
I'm going to put
yeah,
that's the pedal right there. Yeah,
this is excellent pedal for many uses because it fits to many setups.
That's
so
the one.
You can just toggle record or toggle play, whatever you choose.
Yeah,
there
100%.
are also two pedal versions too. But
yeah, there's a two pedal. Yeah, that's the one I got to get to, and then I can add drums. Then I can turn my drums on and off.
So the pedal allows you to build.
Yeah. So like, okay, let me show a bit of an example here. Hold on. Let me do this right. Hold on. 0 0.
I got to do one work thing, so I'll be back soon.
So
I googled your looper apps. I googled it, right? I googled that, and I'm going to go buy one.
Yeah, man, they're great. So here's my looper right here. I'm going to put my foot right in the face right here.
Yeah.
So there's my looper. So I got channel 1 and channel 2. This is an all stop and all delete. That's how I have it set up. You can change it to do whatever you want, to do anything you want with these things. And the really cool thing is that so if I wanted to come in and be like, all right, so let's say that's my chorus, right? Like, and I can add stuff on top of that. So I go,
yeah, so it's just knowing how to click everything.
But then I can hit it up and I can change it up now. And I go, and then this channel I have set up to fade, so I can just hit that once. Oh wait, once. Oh wait, once. This one. If I hit this once, while this channel's playing, it will slowly fade it out. And
then you can still be playing your guitar over that, right?
Yeah, you can do anything over top of that. Yeah, for sure.
So you have that too, like you could be playing your guitar and then you kick in with all that, right?
Yeah, and then I can delete things because you can always delete the last thing you did on each track, and then you can bring it back again just by pushing and holding the button. So you get that extra channel. So that's how I kind of do if I'm building like if all the chords are the same, but I need let's say vocalize. So when I loop my voice, I can hit that and loop my voice over and over and over again, and then I delete it, and then I just bring it back again when I need it.
Gotcha.
And then, so when I hit the chorus, all my vocals come back in, filling it back up.
I'm not going to give it much time until like the spring and summer, but I'm going to really this summer try to learn how to use that looper when I'm going to get one.
Like I said, the main thing practice with a looper is just getting the first loop. It doesn't matter if you screwed up on the first loop, just come in louder. You'll fix it. But it's not having that when you hit the loop and making sure that you're absolutely hitting the loop right. Because that's the thing is when it just clicks off a little bit. That's the key. And once you get that first one down, you're good. You can do anything you want. But yeah, no, I encourage everybody to get one. Like this one here that I got. This was the first one. This is what got me started, and that's like a $40 pedal off of Amazon right there.
Yeah.
The only thing is, like I said, it's only mono in, mono out. And what happens is when you get like these things, they're like 16-bit or something like that. You start overlapping stuff, and it gets muddy real quick. Where this 32-bit pedal, there's no mud whatsoever. So every time I loop over top of it, every single layer below is still as crisp as it was when I first did it, instead of getting all muddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I encourage the loop. Get out there and loop.
Looped it. I'll be back in a few. You guys, I got to go take my nightly eye drops.
Yeah,
Take like 3 sets of them. And wait like 5-10 minutes in between each one. But I'll be back if you're still going. So
yeah, we'll be going. Yeah, we did. I just put the link out there, so if anybody's out there hanging and wants to come up and chill for the rest of the show,
come crash the party.
Is there a party crasher? There better be a party crasher.
There always is.
Yeah, but like I started doing the drum thing because I was like, well, I'm like, it's good to. I'm like, I enjoy this, but I'm like, I'm not. I never felt that I was good enough. I'm like, I wanted to always see what I could add to make it kind of fill up a little bit. And so I had the digital drums and stuff. And so I started drumming with my feet. And I started seeing some other guys that were drumming with their feet. And I'm like, yeah, it does kind of fill up a little low end that's kind of missing. And it does add a little bit of something. I'm like, as long as you can keep the beat. And I'm like, that was the hardest thing. So, but I did have this electric drum set that I had. I think we got it for like $100. And so I just used the hi-hat pedal and the bass pedal. And so whatever I play, I just play along. And I use those pedals and play along with the drums and stuff. There's some people that have just got some amazing stuff. I was looking at this one pedal. Let me see if I can share the screen here. There's some amazing drum kits out there that are made specifically just for that. And it, let me see, where is it? There you are. Let's share. There we go. So this is what it's called, a farmer foot drum. And this thing has everything in it. It's got the bass drum. It's got pretty much everything. And you control it with those little foots on the side there. There's a snare drum in the middle. I think there's little bells and stuff underneath it.
That's kind of cool.
It is literally a complete drum set, a complete one at your foot.
A footy drum set.
Yeah. Nice. Now this thing is like $3,000. But I was watching some people use it, and man, they could absolutely just put a show on with that thing. Man, couldn't believe it. What I like seeing is some of these buskers and what they come up with, like making like drums out of like.
Oh, some of those guys are crazy. Yeah.
Right, like out of suitcases to make it.
Probably one of the best drummers I ever saw was some dude in Seattle by Pioneer Square there, and he had Home Depot buckets and some drumsticks, and this guy's rhythm was. I mean, I gave him $20 because I thought he was just so amazing, just out there, banging on a bucket.
Yeah. I've seen online, there's this one guy, he is literally the one-man band. He's got strings attached. So he's got like a drum set on his back, and he's got strings attached to things on his feet. And so he's playing the drums on his back with a guitar.
That's crazy.
It's insane what people can do. I'm like, man. if I could be that good, I'm like, it's tough enough just to play in like drums with your feet and
pat your
doing
head and rub your stomach. And,
yeah, you know, it's like it's a lot going on. But it's good once you can get it, you know, once you're down on it, you know. There's a guy right there. There's Ian right there. What's going on? Ian's Guitar Shack.
Guitar Shack guy.
There's a guy that I've been enjoying watching, growing over the times. Man, that guy's just getting better and better all the time.
He's fun.
Ian, if you want to come up and hang out with us, that's the link. Pole vault. Come click that link if you want to come up and jam with us. I don't know if you didn't send me an email, so there we go. I was like, ooh, I forgot to check my emails. Hopefully none of those guys emailed me for the link. I was like, whew, okay, it's your fault, not mine. Oh, it's so much fun though. Like when you're hanging out with a bunch of cool people, and it's good to see Kurt hanging out there. Man, Kurt got to go hang out with Michael Songs tonight, and
I caught a lot of the
Al.
show.
Yeah, I was watching
good.
too. That's a cool stage they had too, right?
Yeah, good club.
It was really cool. And Al got I was watching it. I'm like, Al got like a long, good set. Like he played for like 30
I
minutes
missed
long.
a lot of Al's set. I got a little bit of it. I've got to go back. Well, there's not a replay because Maria put the video on private, and I think they'll change that at some point. But I was running errands, and it was a bad time for me because they started about 5, and I was out picking up my wife and all that stuff. So.
But there you go. You know, you see Michael Songs and now Al. They're getting together. They're out playing in the real world, doing the real thing. You know, it's like it's a different thing. Like playing like live like that. Like it's especially getting your asked to go to different places. That's when you know you've kind of made it, and your word's gotten out where you got different places saying, "Hey, come play over here. Come play over here." I'm excited for him. I was really excited to see him. Like, wow, he's out there playing in the real world. I miss that, the real world.
Yeah, I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I played for a long time, and so now I'm kind of happy playing in my house and not having to drive and retune my guitars, because of the climate. So it's mixed.
No,
I mean, I do miss the live audience because there's nothing like that.
That's the thing too. Is when you get a live audience and they're really feeling it and they're really having a good time, man.
That's pretty good.
Like that makes you feel good, especially when you see somebody like Michael Songs where he's going out there and he's playing his originals. He's doing it. That's a tough thing to do. He's out doing his original songs. He's not doing covers. He didn't cave. He didn't give in. He's doing his originals, and he's doing it live. Like that was a taboo thing back in the day. Like I've heard Dom say, I'd sing my original songs and say, "This is
coming
Chuck
out.
Berry." This is somebody else's song, just to get it out there.
Devious bastard.
And yes, it was. But it was true.
Which I respect.
If you didn't play covers or you didn't do something, the crowd would eat you alive and be like, hey, they'd start yelling at you. Can you play this?
People like familiarity. And, this community is good in that we've all heard each other's songs at least a few times. So there's some familiarity and we can get into it. And it's just as simple as that. If you were like in a club and you were playing your originals and people heard them for a couple weeks and everything, they'd get into them same as they would something else because they knew them at that point. Hey, Pole Vault.
Hey.
What's up?
Those days you go back to work and the boss is mad that you got days off, so he works you to death. That's what happened today.
Yeah.
Trying to get money out of you.
So, fix his wagon, go in tired as hell tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's going to happen.
Yeah. Be like, well, I couldn't stop what I was doing.
Yeah, sorry.
It's kind of weird because I've always, everybody knows I'm a little batshit crazy, and I don't know music theory. I don't know chords. I put out a lot of music, and I think I've done everything. everything that we've said not to do. I don't know. It's
I think you've tried it all.
yeah. I used to be in a metal band, and we were caught into this. That was the one thing about being in a band. We had this cookie cutter of what we sounded like, and we had this theory of what we were doing, and it was like the 80s, 90s. So we were doing that version of, dark metal, like Dio, Ozzy, that kind of
Right.
thing. And we were cookie cuttered into that. The thing that I like about being on this on in the format and just being me and cutting in my studio, I might do a metal song or industrial song or country song, whatever you want to do. Then, like I said, I take influences from everybody, and I'm like, I kind of like, what Chris Lane did. I like what Axe did. I like what Imp did, and it influences whatever this thing I'm doing. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And so I really hate. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I just, like to see people get out there and make sounds, man. And like I said, even back in the metal days, I didn't really know theory, but my brother went to college for, what is that, Joe Satriani college stuff, and I would get on the stage and be drunk and make like some bullshit rhythm, and he would clean it up behind me. The drummer was back like hanging out with women, and the bass player was like, he was
Those damn bass players.
I actually had two of my bass players possibly like kiss each other, because one was making out with a girl, and then he came and told us that he was fisting to get with this girl, and when he went back, the other bass player was actually with the girl, and I mean with the girl, and both of them were named Nick. I probably shouldn't tell that. I shouldn't probably tell that on live, but that happened. And we were like, y'all kind of kissed each other.
Yeah, in a weird way.
But you're big into the stuff and junk, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
What's your guitar collection up to, Pole Vault?
Last count was like right around 35, 36, and I'm getting ready to get one for $2 this week. An Explorer for $2.
How the hell does that happen?
I'll let you know. I'm not going to tell you how it happens, or it won't happen.
Okay, yeah.
But I'll let you see it when I get it.
All right.
But I'm going to get it.
I was looking in your background, and I thought I seen leaning up against a wood table, just out and about, flaunting around. It looked like it was a Gibson Gold Top.
Yeah.
And
Did y'all hear about that? They busted 3,000 Chipsons coming in today.
Yep.
Chipsons. Oh yes.
Yep. Port of Los Angeles.
Yep. That's over. That's done.
The Chipson episode.
They said it was millions of dollars worth.
Well, if they were priced what
Right.
Gibson would have priced them at, millions of dollars worth. But
I was
Yeah,
like,
it's too
well,
bad because
they were Chipsons, it was actually only $48.
Yeah, they just want to put a stop to that because they're actually not bad guitars.
they're not.
If you get one, you wouldn't know. Some of them you would not. You would have to take it apart and pull it.
Yeah, the
check
guys
to
that
see.
really know can tell the difference, but your average schmuck.
I can kind of tell by the weight. But,
There's certain indicators. Yeah, if you grab it and you throw it through the ceiling and go, this is probably not a real Gibson.
well, no, I'll tell you this. A bunch of people say, how can you tell it's not a real Gibson? It's made too good.
Well,
Because I do have real Gibsons, but Sunshine, this is her learner guitar, and I picked it up for $100. And it's
Is that a real Gibson or is that a Chipson?
this is a Chipson, and that's what we're seeing right there.
Look at how good that looks.
It plays really good too.
Yeah, look at that thing. Like if you're on stage and you just didn't want to be seen with an Epiphone and you just wanted people to think you were actually playing a Gibson on stage, that's the way to go. Like right there. Like
see, I'd want to be seen with an Epiphone because everybody knows it's actually an Epiphone.
I did. The last guitar I did buy was an Epiphone. It's it has Gibson wrote on it, but it's an Epiphone.
Epiphones are a superior
But
guitar.
look at it.
Yeah.
It's a Pee-wee.
Yeah,
That's my
It's a
hand.
junior. Yeah,
It's a
little
little
junior
guy.
guitar.
Yeah, but it's really weird because I can pick it up but
It's a
y'all,
baby.
y'all were
Yeah.
talking about tuning earlier. I put the top string where I think it should be, and then I go fifth all the way across and just make sound and stuff. That was another thing. I was always notorious for. My brother would grab my guitar and he would say, "Look, we got to kind of sound like we're in tune." I'd be like, "Okay," and I could whatever I was playing, I'd be like, "You make a sound, dude." And he'd be like, "Oh, please stop this." And whatever he sounded, I'd be like, "Okay, I'm playing that down here tonight instead of up here because now it's down here because I didn't tune to you." So he'd be like, "Why don't we just tune together, dude? That would be so nice."
Yeah, no, Ian, you're right. No, Epiphone rocked. I love Epiphone. I think Epiphone is a superior guitar to actually Gibson. And to be honest with you, the history actually says that Epiphone came first, and Gibson came second. And Gibson started renting out a little corner of Epiphone's warehouse to start making Gibsons, and they based theirs off of Epiphone. But Epiphone is actually a better design guitar. Their headstock isn't as angled as a real Gibson, which gives you better string tension. And if you drop the guitar, it's less likely to break the headstock. Where the Gibsons, they're very angled back a lot.
22 degrees.
Yeah, and they're heavy. And they to the sound, there's not much different to your sound. Like, I bet you the most devout Gibson guy could maybe hear the difference. But other than that,
this is my
$2,000.
this is my one of my first guitars ever bought.
SG.
Yeah.
SG.
I don't have it. I don't have an SG. I do
Yeah,
not.
it's an Epiphone,
Nice.
Epiphone SG, and I compared this to standard Gibson SG, and standard Gibson sound way worse than this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
God, the Epiphone
standard
SGs
version.
are really good.
This is excellent and cheap as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I'm
I
a
started with
fan.
Epiphone. Now, my first guitar, my very first guitar that I went in and purchased, it was a BC Rich guitar. And, man, that thing wailed, but it weighed, oh, man, it was a
Yeah, they were hefty.
heavy guitar, but it was the coolest thing. It was like broken red leather, fading into black. This thing had a whammy bar. This thing was wailing guitar. I love this thing. Got it for $200.
Yeah.
I remember I was just a young little axe, like 8 years old. My grandpa was like, "You come and cut my grass every week, and I'll give you $200." So I did. It ended up I cut his grass he had a huge lawn too. I ended up cutting it for $5 a lawn is what it worked out to. But he cut me the check for $200. I went into the music store and the first guitar I walked right up to was that guitar, BC Rich. Man, this thing was beauty. I was like, and I looked at the price tag, $199. I was like, oh. I heard like heavenly angels singing, and I was like, this is it. And I took it. I didn't even have an amp or anything. I originally rigged up some cord and I plugged it into the mic input on my old like spaceship looking stereo from like the 80s or 90s, just to get some sort of sound out of it. And man, I was happy as can be. I was the happiest kid around, man.
I live and breathe with this BC Rich. For a long time, BC Rich said they did not even make this because of the Gibson lawsuit. But this was made by the originator, one of the Rico brothers. Bernie Rico was the guy who made BC Rich. This one is listed under the neck as an 87, and it's one of the American. Yeah. Oh, you can see where I've had some problems. I used to use this like a weapon, and that's where it's smoke stained and says "Made in USA." but it was out of the custom shop. And then on eBay, I see they made two with the same paint job, and then they would stop and make another two with the same paint job. On eBay, I see the sister to this one coming across, and I got it for $50.
Wow.
But now I traded a DW drum set for this. So yeah.
This is another guitar sued by Gibson. This one. It's a Washburn VP50, and they made this 600 copies in 89 and 90, and they took it off because the Gibson lawsuit.
Oh wow, that's a valuable
yeah.
guitar.
Oh yeah.
That's a valuable guitar just for because of the story that it has. The Washburns, they're because it's identical, and in the 70s it really came down to the headstock, the shape of the headstock, and it was a big battle back in the 70s. Gibson was just trying everybody, especially when the the Flying V came out. People were mimicking that, and they wanted to make that their own thing. And there was lawsuits going. I have one of the biggest the lawsuits that they had in the 70s. Is I've got the imitation hummingbird Gibson acoustic, and it was done identically by El Degrado, I think is the company that did it. And there's big lawsuits over that, but the guitar I have is identical to the hummingbird, top notch, amazing guitar. But like I said, these days people, when I first started playing guitar, and I think you guys can concur that you had to spend a lot of money to get something entry level.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You were like $500, right? To a used $500 guitar was entry level to get yourself learning. Anything else was like just garbage. I remember the early 2000s, late 90s, like even the digital stuff. Remember the VTech equipment that would come out? Like it was horrible stuff. And you get those Squire packs where you got the guitar, the amp for like $2.99. It was just absolutely horrible.
Yeah. This electric guitar that I play, I'm trying to put it up.
Ibanez.
Okay, this is I put the sticker on here, of course, but I hadn't played electric guitar in a long time. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go get an electric guitar, right? And right when you walk in Guitar Center, they have like the real cheap one, $69. That was that one. $69.
Sometimes you can rock it used and it just works out. Like I said, with that BC Rich I got, generally they're about a $900 guitar new. Press board, whatever it is. I think some of the worst guitars out there were Kramer's. Kramer was just an absolute horrible. I have a Kramer.
Yeah, this guitar is horrible. But you have to bend it just right, Yeah,
there was in the late 80s, early 90s. What happened was, you had like Every Rose Has Its Thorn was coming out, and you had all of these metal bands and these hard rock bands were putting out these acoustic-y ballads. And so they started making these guitars in concordance to these songs that they were kind of playing. And that's where you get like Cork guitars, Kramer guitars. Man, what a garbage. I've got one. It looks like an electric guitar, but it's an acoustic guitar.
Right.
It's like double cutaway. And it is an acoustic guitar, but it's absolutely, and this thing was like thousands of dollars new. But it's a garbage design, a horrible sound. There's nothing good about it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, I find myself now going back to those 80s and 90s guitars that we used to laugh at people about. Like, you got a Series 10, you got a Hondo, and now we're looking for them.
Yeah.
Their price has gone through the roof, and we're looking for them. And I think it's basically because of the crazy paint jobs.
Yeah, no, we're not.
Well,
Chris Lane's not looking for them.
Well, we've gone through a shift now with guitars, and that's what I'm saying. We started out having to pay $500 just to get in the game, but now because we knew those cheap guitars, they were garbage. Now, when you go on Amazon and you buy a $150 guitar, you are getting something that's actually top notch. It's well made. The guitar plays it like this Donner guitar is what I play, and it is a $175 Amazon guitar. And this is probably one of the best guitars I've ever played. I'm not gonna lie. The weight is nice, it plays nice, it feels good. Everything was perfect. Why? Because back in the day it was some like maybe a kid making it, who knows. But nowadays it's a robot. It's all robot. They're all machine done. So they're going through a factory. So they're all the same.
Yeah.
Everything is machine toned. The intonation, everything's set. So when you get these guitars, there's not much to really worry about. And because it's Amazon and you get it and it's flawed, you send it back. They send you another one.
Yeah, they work. They tune up.
As soon as this one kind of breaks or stops working, do you think, what am I going to go spend $3,000 on a Gibson that I could drop and break, or I'm going to be terrified to use or anything? Or am I going to spend $150 and go get something completely different and that's the same quality and play the crap out of it and not care,
Yeah.
Well, it's all about the setup too. If you can take a cheap guitar and do a good setup on it, and hey, also you can also throw different pickups, throw pickups out of that $2,000 guitar into that $100 guitar. Boom, good setup, good pickups.
My friend told me that this Fender I played a lot lately. If I change these pickups, the Texas Special pickups, it is the whole new fucking game.
Yeah, it goes all.
And those pickups are not even expensive.
Right. I thought about putting pearly gates in my Fender. I don't know if you've ever seen those. They're the single pickup that is a humbucker configuration in a single pickup. And they're like, but like I said, I just left it alone because each and every guitar to me is like a person, and it puts out a different sound. With that different sound inspires me to make different music.
Yeah.
I'll give you a bit of a secret. If you want those kind of sounds and you don't want to change pickups, you just kind of flip it around, turn it upside down.
Wow. Oh.
That's what I did with some of the humbuckers and stuff. You want to get a bit of a different sound. I just flip them upside down. I usually do the neck pickup. I leave the bridge pickup, but the neck pickup, I'll flip it upside down.
I tell you one thing. I don't like a lot of the active pickups, and a lot of people swear by them. But I just don't like putting 9-volt batteries in my guitars.
I couldn't get that either. I'm like, I'm like horrible with
Yeah,
batteries.
I'm passive all the way.
That's why I don't play my mini guitar. So what I did was I put a pickup in this old like Yamaha Junior. I literally just cut it out with an X-Acto knife.
Nice.
And I threw it. I think it's what is it? Takamine. I had an old Takamine that was garbage. So I ripped all the amplification out and I stuffed it into this little thing. And
oh man,
I'm just so bad because it's old school. So if you leave it plugged in, it's always drawing battery. And I was going through batteries, like 3 of them a week, and I'm like, I'm just not on it enough.
Countless batteries on my Yamaha because of that one.
You forget
to go to bed.
Yeah. I get up in the morning, I'm like, I did it again. That's why you can't use pedals that put batteries in them. It's just like, no, because if you leave it plugged in, it just keeps draining the battery, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm actually need to buy a new electric acoustic because the one that I have there had it for a long time and it doesn't work anymore. When I plug it in, it just crackles.
See, I think if I'm gonna upgrade another like acoustic, I think I might go to like one of these like kind of like lava guitars where like graphite made, or they're like plasticky guitars, and they've got like amplification built right into them. And they blow my mind because they charge on a USB, they're amplified, they can hook up to your phone, so you can change the sound of them on your phone. You can make it add reverb and do anything, and all on just one little acoustic guitar. And I'm like, man, that's phenomenal. I'm like, because really, like where I'm looking for, like I said back in the day, if your stuff didn't weigh a ton and pull your back out loading it up, and it didn't dim the lights when you turned it on, it was garbage equipment. Nowadays, it's all about how light can you get it and how small can you get it to fit into these kind of like small little cubby holes that we sit in, right? Yeah, music is changing all the time, and what's acceptable and what isn't. I still think my gear is good, but if I took my gear out and do a live performance today, I'd probably get laughed at because it's still made of wood, right?
Well, and the thing is I've got big stacks around here back from my band days, and what do you do with that now? I mean, it's just obsolete. Big giant stacks.
Loud furniture. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
that weighs a ton. Yeah, no, 100%. Like nowadays, some of the speakers, they're just plastic and they're easy, they're light, they're weight, And I was like, man, they used to crush tables back in the day, and that was just the way it had to be.
Yeah, that's moving gear is how I got my build.
Yeah.
Hustling around those big
Moving gear is what got me disabled today.
We used to do that. Like one band would help you move in like 1 week, and then the next week you would help them go into a show. And I always like, okay, it's my turn. Y'all are gonna have to lug this shit. And they would be like, oh, dude.
If I go to gig somewhere, I take this one.
What is that? What is that, like a bot? What is that? What do you got?
It's an amp.
Oh, okay. It's a little pocket.
Yeah.
And some of those are getting so good now, you could just mic that up.
It sounds really good because the speaker in there is stereo, not unusual, mono. It's a stereo sound came out of it, and magnificent. Sounds very good.
It's true. I've seen these
almost like Seeker box. Yeah.
Well, they got these little mini orange amplifier heads you can pick up now for like $125.
Yeah.
Man, and like mini amps, like back in the day, those were novelties. Where it was
They
like
were garbage.
They were horrible. But no, he's absolutely right. That thing could be amazing. You mic that or whatever it is you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got the Sparks that that are modeling amps. They got all that stuff built into them. Yeah, it's pretty
Spark
crazy.
amp. Yeah, they're really cool too. Where you can just there's so much technology in them now. We're I guess kind of used to that era where it's like it's got technology and it's probably garbage. It's probably just no good.
Well, times are really changing because I have y'all may have seen me do collabs with Duffy Helm, and he plays nightclubs a lot. But I'm like, dude, he's like, you need to get back with the band. We need to go in the club. I'm like, dude, we're going to Any Coin, Any Drink night where you pay a $20 admission to get in. There's 30 people there. 2 are going to even know you're playing. And, and when we stream on the internet, everyone who logged in wanted to see you. And you get to see all those people actually came to see you. And they're doing their drugs and alcohol at home.
Nice.
But, yeah.
It is true. It's a different world. And even you think, like I've said it before, where I've played gigs or at bars where you're playing for the staff for half the night. And then, you could go back in the next week and the bar's packed. But how much people can a packed bar really hold? 50 people in a small kind of bar? Where we you've seen in live streams where you can get, quite a bit of people where you're like, you kind of take that for granted a little bit and go, whoa, I might have 15 people watching me. It's like, well, in a bar, that's fantastic. But we're on a live stream and everybody can kind of do their own thing and chill. Everybody's at home, and having a good time, and you don't have to be in that situation. And you kind of lose. It's like, well, yeah, there's, and even after the bar, it's like, yeah, there might be 15 people watching now, but throughout the night, there's been how many people that you've played for? And it's like, okay, at the end of your stream, you get 200 views on your stream. You played for that many people, whether you like it or not. You played for that many people, and that's a packed revenue if you were to book a somewhere to go to play, that's a packed joint right there.
Yeah, because the average capacity is only like 150 or something at a
That's
mediocre club, you know.
big. Yeah, the mediocre
I've
club.
been on one party band back in the day, and we had like 20 people or something.
Right.
Yeah. If you were happy with that back in the day, it's like, oh,
Yeah, it was
awesome.
fun. It was really fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
Wasted as hell. Yeah.
that's why all the bands wanted to play on the any coin, any drink night. All the well drinks were just whatever coin you put down.
Yeah, yeah.
So all the bands wanted to play on that night because that was when the house was going to be packed. Granted, nobody was watching you and nobody cared because they were sitting at the bar, but still, there was a lot of people.
And like I said, back in the day, open mic jams and where you sat, like I said, it was always a business in the real world with open mic jams because they want to keep the music flowing. And there was what, and you got to be so careful. Like, it's so different. There was one bar that I went to that people I knew that they were running it, and there was a lot of musicians. It was a packed house. They had a chalkboard that you had to sign up on, and people were writing down the wall to get in. And I was like, well, I don't expect to play or anything like that.
We take a lot of gigs on those wages, buy drinks. We don't even wanted money because what do you do with the few bucks?
Well, that's what, and it got hard because
One
I
night
went in there.
heavy drinking is way better.
What happened was it was a packed place, and I went in there and I was at the bottom and I signed my name, but because the people that were running it knew me, they took me and put me above and they shot me to the top. And I went in and played my set and I rocked it and whatever, but there was a lot of ticked off musicians that were like, we've been here paying for drinks, waiting, and this guy just came in and got to go right, so it actually hurt me a little bit. And I never went back there just because people were so ticked off about that. But it is like out in the real world, you got an owner that's giving you that eye going, maybe not them, maybe, keep because remember back in the day, bars were always across the street from one another.
Yeah.
There'd be like a corner that had like 3 bars and they would all compete.
Yeah.
That's just the way it was. The bar crawl, but I don't know, it was kind of set up that way. Where everybody could just kind of walk across the street. Okay, well, I'm not going there. I'm going over here now to go over here. It was a different world back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
I always took advantage of that, For me, starting out doing concerts, it's so bizarre because even like I have my festivals now, what I used to do like in the late 70s, early 80s, so I had a lot of friends that worked at some really good sports bars or clubs. So there's always hundreds of people coming in and partying. So there's a big network of people, So what I would do is I would get like 2 or 3 bands. I'd get what was called a motivated club owner. And that's a guy that like access has a capacity of about 200 people, has a nice bar, a little stage, but hole in the wall. Anytime you go there's only like 5 people there, But you go to them and you say, hey, look, man, I'm going to pack this place. And I'm going to empty all those fucking bottles. You're going to get all the money from the drinks. I'm going to sell tickets and I'm going to take the door. And this when I was really young. So then I'd get a couple bands together, hype it all up, and actually sell tickets. So you're at the sports bar going, hey, we're playing on the February, blah, blah, blah. And you get people to just buy tickets and you didn't even care if they come or not. It was just like something outrageous back then. It was like $10 each or something, right? And it wasn't that big of a deal, but as the people, because it was like a sports bar that stayed till 2 a.m. and had food. So, and then sure enough, you'd hype it for like 3 months. You just hype it, man, and you just sell a zillion tickets, and then you got a guy at the door. And sure enough, every time I did it, fucking packed fucking house, fucking line out the door, fucking hot chicks, yada yada yada.
Yeah, hot chicks.
Yeah, it was a
And you
different
middled
thing
it. You didn't let, but that's gone now, man, because there's not really that many more mom and pops.
Yeah, it's true.
You know,
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
places just don't exist.
Yeah, now you got to play with the corporate rules and their games, and it's like, oh no.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy out there now.
I'm
That's a lot
trying
of
to
the open
get
mics went
really
down
get some
because
of
of
that
that.
stuff. I got a buddy of mine, my drummer from about 30 years ago. He moved to Boise, Idaho, and should have a bunch of shit up in the attic, but he doesn't want to break it out because, and I got to drive there to go get it, because he won't do it because he doesn't want to piss his wife off because we're all young and partying and there's chicks and shit, He doesn't want his wife to see it.
And those nights went wild very fast,
Yeah. I had a bar owner one time tell me, he's like, I don't know what the hell sound your band's making. I don't understand what the hell's going on here. And I really don't like you either, but you sell a lot of booze every time you come in. So you want to come back next week? And I'm like, are you trying to say you like me or what? I think that was his way of saying he liked me. I don't know.
think
But
the
money is
funniest
good, so come next week.
Yeah, and
the
he paid us
funniest
some booze and still gave us a tab.
the funniest place I played in was it had bad wiring. And it was it was grounding back, so it was feeding back in through the microphones. Nobody could know, but the moment a musician went and put their lips to the microphone, they would get a big zap. Every time, and there's nothing you could do about it. So you just kind of had like a sticky note to keep your lips off them.
Keep your distance.
Keep your distance from. Yeah, and it was just, I don't know, it was just the wiring feeded back into the microphone. You put your lips in, and bam.
Oh shit!
That's the musical kiss. You muted there, Chris Lane Sr.
Good thing I'm not singing.
God, like a dummy. Yeah, what I was saying is I used to get the foam and take it with me because, man, I didn't want my lips anywhere near those nasty club mics.
That's a
And
good
it kept
idea,
you from getting zapped.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Because
that's the worst. Yeah, you
their
step up.
wiring wasn't the best,
Slobber
And you're standing in a beer puddle half the time.
There's slobber all over the microphone. Right?
You show up to like a bar that was built in like the 40s or the 50s with the same old wiring, and you get stuck into a corner with one little outlet that was designed for a lamp.
And they're not grounded.
And you're just like, let's just keep ringing this in here.
Yep.
Doing the best you can. But that's what you did now. It's a little different world out there now.
Indeed. Hey, gents, I'm going to say good night. I've got to get up and go to the dentist tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Yay.
Have fun, Chris.
Get your chair.
Fun is not the right word, but I'm doing
Here's
it.
waiting for you.
Yes.
All right.
All right,
See you around.
Hey, it was cool hanging out. Love
Yeah.
the show. It was cool, Axe.
Cool.
Thanks for having me
being
on. You guys be well. I'll see you this weekend.
All
Wait.
right. What a cool time we've had. Is there anybody who wants to tinkle around? Maybe, G, you got something you want to tinkle on the keys, or you're chilling and relaxed?
Man, I was hoping Pole Vault was going to sing some Doors, man.
No, we can't do Doors on this song. We
Yeah,
can.
no. No, I could. Let's see. And I think one thing that I always like chill with Imp on. A lot of the things I do, I will not do again because I didn't know what I was going to do before I did it. It's just I make music at the time.
Nice word salad.
Yeah. One thing I found is the Doors. I'm going to say it on my open mics from now on. No Doors. Doors are no. Doors, I'm telling you, any sort of Doors songs will get you an automatic.
Oh,
you
man.
You will be hidden from every Doors song.
Well, the thing is I tried to, everything that I sing, I try to do before I go on anywhere. That way I know before I go in.
Yeah, I'm the same way too. Yeah.
And that way, and I know what's going on before I go on to a show. But let's see. All right, I'll try something here, Axe. I don't know what this is going to be.
Do whatever you got.
Okay.
The world it turns for the day in my brain. The world never goes away. It's always here to stay. I just want to run away, but the world, it's here to stay. The world, it's here to stay. Would it ever go away? Just want it to go away. But I know it's deep inside. It's burrowed into where I hide. But the sun will not shine for me, because the worm has turned. The worm has turned for me. There you go. You know what would have been great, especially on a show about audio, if I would have
Very cool.
turned the echo cancellation off. That would have been great.
I got you.
Oh,
It
thank
came-
you, Ax. Thank you.
It
that's-
came out really hot, you know.
Yeah, well, I just I wasn't ready to do that, but it's like I said, you know, I just like pick it up and whatever it comes to me at the time.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Em,
But
you
you
got
want-
something you want to rip away at? You got something to take us out of space with?
Yeah, so
I can't
I
wait.
think
I'm
I
always-
go to looping stuff.
I like it a lot. Imp is always just bringing it to us. Oh, bringing us the good love, the good vibes, and just, man, making it work. I've got a video clip that just makes me tell you, it just shows what I feel.
You all right?
Why are my drippings with goo?
You had a violent, prolonged, transformative psychic episode.
Sorry we had to hose you there, but you were kind of out of control. Hey, man, let me tell you something. I love you.
Yes?
Yeah.
Well, I love you too.
That's what that does right there.
And one thing I always want to tell Imp, what I enjoy about Imp's music so much is it touches you somewhere primal. You're not thinking, so it gives you that float away, but you feel it. You feel his music. Like he says, he doesn't play the music, it goes through him. Well, it goes through you, Imp, and it comes right into everyone who's listening, man. And you feel that. It's a feeling you get. It's almost like speaking through music, and I really dig it, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, it's speaking through music. Like, he's really creating a language of his own through music. And it definitely speaks to every one of us on our own individual ways. And, we kind of take Em for granted because we've known him for so long, because he's coming up on G-Mays. He's been coming up on G-Mays show now for a few years.
Yeah.
And he's been blowing us away like crazy. Like I always say, one of Emp's best performances and the songs that he ever created is hidden, and nobody will ever hear it again. It was on G-May's show, and I remember...
We're going to search for it.
I remember G-May, he left and he went to go take a leak or something like that, and Emp just came up, and it was his turn, or whatever it was, and Emp just laid it down. And I can't remember the song, but I don't know, I remember it as just an epic moment, and there's been so many
for
of
me,
them.
those videos I make, they are a bit planned, a bit crafted. But when I go live, I just let it roll, and for me, it's a journey too, because I made things that I normally don't do.
Yeah, you take those chances, right? You I'm going out of the box today. And
these
I said,
times I tend to jam in the Gmails and other streams. I do not release in videos, so you heard it only in live.
Yeah, and like I said, some of the videos and stuff that but some of the videos that you got rocking that I've been playing for a long time. Like he's got Neomancer. That's an original retro track from Emp. That's on my favorite list. That's one that I rock all the time. There's so many of them that I got on my favorites list that are just and you name them all and you do them in their original tracks. Insert Coin. What a great track that was.
Yeah.
That was the time I thought to make a synthwave album, but it just left aside.
All right, you guys, I got to cut out. It was awesome hanging out with you, Axe and Oval, and everyone tonight. It was a great songwriters workshop.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, G. And don't forget to check. Everybody better be there on Saturday with the open mic jam coming up this Saturday.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to make it to Wednesday, but I probably won't be around till late.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we're here on Wednesday. And,
yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, G, and talking shop and hanging out, playing some tunes.
You guys have fun, man. I'll see you Saturday.
Yes. Yeah, we are going to bring the show to an end. We did start a little early. So we're going to bring the show right down to an end. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. All those that came up and hung out, to the G-Mays, to the Dominators, to the Empirisms, to the Chris Lane Seniors, to the Pole Vaults, to all those that hung out with us tonight, from the Kurt to the Red Pill, to the Camellias, to all those that hung out with us tonight. I want to thank every single one of you, because this is what a cool show. We haven't done this before. We opened it up. We said, let's talk some shop. Let's bring some musicians up, and let's poke and prod and find out what makes them what they are. And I think we did that tonight. We kind of pierced some veils tonight, and we probed some questions, learned some details, and we got funky with some people tonight and learned some stuff, which was really cool. And that was the whole essence of this show, you know. Learned what make people tick. And hopefully we got some more of that coming up. But we do have coming up is this Wednesday. We also have the open mic night is coming up this Wednesday. We do this on every Wednesday at the Acts&Nacho show. We're going to keep doing it until you guys say no. So this Wednesday is a go. It's not a no. It's a go. So we're going to be here Wednesday. Hopefully you guys are here. We're going to throw the link out there. You guys are going to come up. We're going to jam. There's going to be tons of music, tons of people. The vibe is going to be so good. I can't wait. So that's what we're going to do. And let me kick it out with the last little video here. Let me play it right here. And
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
yeah, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. That's it. This is how we roll. This is how we close the show. Yeah, to the Pole Vault that's been hanging out with us tonight. Pole Vault in the house. Thank you so much, Pole Vault. Oh, we got Emperism for bringing us tonight. Yeah, the grooviest, the schmooviest, the Space Galactic, all that we have tonight. Oh, man, we've had a great show tonight. But here we are, closing it out. It's been a party. Yeah, check it, wow. We'll see you Wednesday night. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. And don't forget, everybody, don't forget about that wonderful thing that we know. It's called Hot Pockets. Yeah, baby, it is. We'll see you Wednesday night. Yes, we will.